Sound check 1, 2, 3. Good morning, everybody. Today's February 23rd, 2024. Welcome to the Planning Committee. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. And I'll note that we do have quorum. In chambers today, we have Councillors Francis, Taddison, Danko, Kretsch, and Alex Wilson. Online, we have Councillors Beattie, and also joining us, Councillor Spadafora. And running the show today, Elsie Kelsey and Legislative Assistant Sal Salamone. Welcome, everybody. All righty, let's get going. Approval of agenda. Clerk Kelsey, are there any changes to the agenda? I think it's a yes.
Yes, Chair, we have a couple. Under delegations, we have added delegation requests regarding 84 York Boulevard, which is item 11.3 for today's meeting, from Malcolm Sears with the Building Committee of Philpott Church and Stephen Armstrong with Armstrong Planning and Project Management. And item 2 was going to be heard before item 1, which is the consent of both parties. Under public hearing, 10.1, applications for zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision for 26 South Coat Road. We have added written submissions from Dave Vidal and Mari McIntyre, from Bob and Carol Whitelaw and Anna Marie Emily, as well as an added staff presentation. Under 10.2, application for zoning bylaw for 237 Springbrook Avenue, added written submissions from Ahmad Bowles and Faraz and Stephanie Chaheen, as well as an added staff presentation. 10.3, application for zoning bylaw amendment for 64 Hat Street. We have added written submissions from Anita Longer and Mike Stone with the Hamilton Conservation Authority. 10.4, the updates and amendments to the low-density residential zones. And we have added registered delegations from Glenn Davies, Chris Ritzma, Anna Marie Emily, and Adebola Egbayemi from Environment Hamilton, as well as added written submissions, item 3 to 25, as well as revised Appendix B, Schedule A addendum, and revised Appendix C, and an added staff presentation. Discussion items under 11.1, direction to appeal for proceeding with an appeal for lands located at 177 Highway 8. There's an added staff presentation. 11.2, request for direction on 2050 Center Road, added staff presentation. Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee report, 11.3, we have added staff presentation. And under 11.4, to amend zoning bylaw with respect to farm labor residents, we have revised staff report, revised Appendix A and B. And we have added 11.5, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee report, 24-002. Under motions, 12.3, issuance of a demolition permit for 66 Wellington Street North. It's a revised motion. Under private and confidential, we have added 15.3, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 801 to 870 Scenic Drive and 828 Sanatorium Road. So the added report and revised appendices A, B, C, and D. And with the request that items 15.1, 15.2, and 15.3 be moved up in the agenda to be heard after declarations of interest.
Are you sure that's everything? Okay, thank you very much. Not only do we have a planning committee on a Friday, we're also proposing to move the private and confidential to the beginning of meeting just after declarations of interest. So with that in mind, could I have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Taddison, Councillor Francis. We'll get the vote up. And Councillor McBeacon has joined us. Good morning, Councillor.
Good morning, Chair. How are you doing?
Very good. That carries 7-0. Yeah, would be 8-0. Okay, thank you. Moving on to declarations of interest. Members of the committee, are there any declarations of interest today? Not seeing any. So we will move on. As mentioned, we are going to go into closed session, discuss private and confidential items off the top. Give me a moment. Lots of pages to switch through. Okay, may I have a mover and seconder to approve the February 6, 2024 closed session minutes as presented and that they remain confidential? Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Cretch. We'll get the vote up. The vote is up. Thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin. That carries 8-0. Thank you very much. May I now have a mover and seconder to move into closed session for items 15.2 and 15.3 pursuant to section 9.3 subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392 subsection E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or behalf of the municipality or local board. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Francis. Councillor Cretch. We'll have the vote now. That carries unanimously. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of committee rejoin the meeting. We'll wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding to provide members of the public and the media time to return. So I would ask any members of the public to now leave chambers. Apologies for the change in schedule and routine. Welcome back, everybody. We are back in open session, and thanks for your patience. We usually go into closed session towards the end of the meeting, but due to some scheduling challenges today, we had to go earlier. So we are back on the main part of the agenda. Item 4.1, approving minutes of the previous meeting. Could I have a mover and seconder to approve the minutes of February 6, 2024, as presented? No? No? Councillor Wang, Councillor Francis, any discussion? Not seeing any, we'll go to the vote. No, minutes, open session minutes, 4.1. We didn't do that yet.
Okay, but we need to finish off.
Oh, sorry. Getting ahead of myself.
6:36.
Yes. Thrown off a little bit by jumping around here. Thank you very much, Elsie Kelsey. Okay, so we have 15.2, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 651 Queenston Road, Hamilton, for lack of decision on urban Hamilton official plan amendment application, UHAPA 22-009, and zoning bylaw amendment application, ZAC 22-01, LS 230018 in Ward 5. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve the following? A, that the directions to staff in closed session respecting report LS 230018 be approved. B, that closed session recommendations A, B, and C to report LS 23001A and Appendix A be approved and remain confidential until made public as the city's position before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And C, that the balance of report LS 23001A remain confidential. So mover and seconder, please. Councillor Francis, Councillor Wang. We'll go to the vote. That carries unanimously. Thank you. And 15.3, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 801, 820, 828, 855, 865, and 870 Scenic Drive and 828 Sanatorium Road, Hamilton, for lack of decision on urban Hamilton official plan amendment application, UHAPA 20-026, zoning bylaw amendment application, ZAC 20-041, and draft of plan subdivision application 25T-20208, LS 22005A in Ward 14. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Wang, Councillor Alex Wilson. Oh, sorry, and that to approve the following, that directions to staff in closed session respecting report LS 22005A be approved, that closed session recommendations A, B, and C to report LS 22005A and Appendix A be approved and remain confidential until made public as the city's position before the Ontario Land Tribunal, and C, that the balance of the report LS 2S.
That's my error, you're right, it should be 5.
Yeah, 25001A remain confidential. And we'll get the vote up.
Just saw that.
That carries 10-0. Thank you, everybody. And now we are back to agenda item 4 and the minutes 4.1 from February 6, 2024. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve those meeting minutes, please? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Francis. We'll get the vote up. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving right along to communications. 5.1 is correspondence from Hamilton Urban Precinct Entertainment Group, HUPEG, respecting proposed redevelopment of Philpott Memorial Church located 84 York Boulevard. Can I have a mover and seconder, please, to put that on the floor? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Wang. Any discussion? Okay, that will be referred to the consideration of item 11.3, and we'll go to the vote. That carries unanimously. On to item 6, and 6.1, delegations respecting 84 York Boulevard, which is item 11.3 for today's meeting. We have 1, Malcolm Sears, Building Committee of Philpott Church, and 2, Stephen Armstrong, Armstrong Planning and Project Management. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve those delegation requests for today's meeting? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Wang. Any discussion on the delegation requests? Okay, we'll go to the vote. That also carries unanimously. So we are on to delegations, 7.1, 2 items respecting 84 York Boulevard, item 11.3. So first we'll have Stephen Armstrong from Armstrong Planning and Project Management in person, and then Malcolm Sears. So Stephen, come on down. You'll have 5 minutes. You'll hear a little bell at 4 minutes, reminding you you have 1 minute left. And once you get set up, you're free to proceed. We're just getting a presentation set up. Well, just get your microphone on. Hang on a second. So we'll do that for you. All right, you're good to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to do this in I will do it in 5 minutes. My name's Stephen Armstrong. I represent the owners of 84 York Boulevard. We're here today to ask the Planning Committee to reconsider the heritage recommendation before you under 11.3 to designate the subject lands heritage. I have a brief presentation, but what I'll be asking the committee to do is to amend the recommendation whereby they approve what's called a heritage easement on the site, which was a third alternative brought forward in the staff report. This easement, in essence, would protect what we believe are the key heritage attributes of the site, which I'll be going over in my presentation. Just from the outset, what I want to say, first of all, I'm not anti-heritage and Empire's not anti-heritage. We've been working on this process since May of 2023. And if we were truly not looking to find a solution, we could have filed a demo application in June of 2023, and the whole process would have become adversarial. We do disagree with the Heritage Committee's recommendation, and today for Planning Committee, given your mandate to look at a more broader picture than just heritage, what I'm going to be showing the committee and through my presentation is that through the secondary plan process, the City of Hamilton designated this site for high density. They pre-zoned it for high density, so it's zoned, and they looked at heritage. I called it the 3 H's. So the downtown secondary plan, one of the mandates was housing, height, and heritage. And our proposal before you is to maintain the 30-story height, provide housing, and with all due respect, maintain the heritage attributes of the site. I'm just trying to move this, hold on, sorry. What we're proposing in terms of the recommendation is you can see we propose that the building be that an easement be placed on the building, but with a provision that nothing can happen on the site until the site plan agreement is fully executed and the permit for the site has been issued. And this came about through discussions with staff, through some past experiences with the city. And we feel through this, it gives you the protection that you as a city will be protected in terms of nothing will happen on the site. There won't be a demolition until the project's fully approved. And just what I wanted to also mention, the site is directly across from the arena, whereby the arena is going through some substantial renovations. And we believe next to the arena, this site is the second most important or key site to get the entertainment district to be successful. The one slide you can see, sorry. This is the current building right now, as you can see. I just want to note the pillars, the stained glass windows you can see on top. Those will feed into my discussion. This is the building. So we had a very detailed structural analysis done of the building. In 1957, the church cladded over the original brick. I'm not going to get into a lot of details because of my time constraints. The cladding was placed over the bricks because the bricks were starting to deteriorate. So any heritage features related to the brick were cladded over. When we went into the site, we looked at it and pulled the cladding out. This is the shape of the bricks underneath the cladding. This is a real picture when the cladding came out. This is the brick quality of the building. We had a brick specialist, I call it a brick specialist, a gentleman named Paul Jeffs, 55-year in the business. He's telling us, he used the word impossible. I don't like to use that in my planning world. He says it's impossible to fix this building. There it is with the cladding. I see I have 1 minute. Your official plan permits council and committee to allow for a heritage easement. These are the features we want to protect. The pillars, stained glass windows, all the features that are in great shape. The easement, which I'm happy to answer more questions, hopefully if people ask, will ensure that the city does not lose these features and they never leave the site. One option is to put it into the lobby. But what I want to also remind everybody is, as I said, this site is zoned and ready to go. There's 750 units we're proposing. If the site's designated heritage, at least half of those units are gone. So as the planning committee, the reason why I'm here and asking committee to consider it in the broad perspective is we're providing badly needed housing on a site ready to go. We're maintaining the 30-story height, and finally, we're proposing housing. If it's designated, the city and Empire will have to reduce the housing by half. So it's my respectful submission that committee reconsider the recommendation and allow this site to go forward. And one final point, I can tell the committee, if the recommendation is altered, you will have a site plan application by Empire within 8 weeks. So you'll have an application on the site for over 700 houses and retail in 8 weeks. And that's an undertaking that Empire has asked me to present to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. We do have a speakers list. Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. No doubt from me about your eagerness. What I wanted to ask you right away was about the important heritage features inside the building.
Yes.
And so I think anyone who's ever been to this building will know that there's a large central space. That large central space, and there's a bunch of other spaces inside, frankly. Some are quite compellingly beautiful. And I recognize that sometimes we talk about heritage and we talk about beauty and we get these things kind of combined together. I'm not going to do that today because that's not what this is about, and staff can present on their perspective in a bit. My question for you is about when you propose to demolish the building and sort of save the facade, essentially is what you're saying, those spaces would be totally destroyed. Is that correct?
No, so I appreciate the question because I wanted to spend some time on it. The facade is unsavable. It's my respectful submission that the brick face will fall down. The building won't fall down, to be frank and candid. What we're proposing is we're going to save the pillars, the stained, because the pillars we want to incorporate into the design, the pillars out front. We want to save the stained glass windows that are in amazing shape. We want to save the date, the block with the date of the building. We want to save the wooden floors in the church. Those are all outlined in the heritage report. So if committee and council were to approve the easement, those specific features are required to be saved and then incorporated back in the building. And if I can just add, this is something that's done throughout Ontario, but more recently, the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake, your current city manager was actually the manager at the time, was involved with that. Same situation, it was a school and they save it. And I can tell the committee right now, the easement tool is a stronger tool than designation if you want to save parts of the building.
So those are the only 4 things you're planning to save, just to ask it a different way, because you are going to demolish the building.
Yes.
Oh, thank you for saying that. So That's what I'm trying to get clear here. So an easement, while strong, right, still leads you to demolishing the building and saving those 4 elements.
Yeah, there might be more than 4, but yes, the building would be demolished.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Danko.
Question was asked and answered. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Not seeing any further speakers. Thank you very much, Stephen.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I'll now call down Malcolm Sears from Building Committee of Philpott Church. Come on down, Malcolm. Welcome, Malcolm. And just a reminder, you have 5 minutes and you'll hear a ding at 4, notifying you you have 1 minute left. We'll get your mic on and proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. My name is Malcolm Sears. I've been a member of Philpott Church for over 30 years, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the church and the church leadership. I've been directly involved in discussions of what we do with our building since 2011, and since 2018 I've been the chair of the building committee, so I'm very familiar with all the issues that we've been grappling with. You may or may not know that Philpott Church began in 1892 with a small congregation meeting on the corner of King and McNabb Street, just a few blocks from here, and has moved into various places over the next 10 years before finally building their own at the corner of Park and what was Merrick, but now York Boulevard. The church has been involved in ministry in downtown Hamilton then for over 130 years. As you will also know, many of the downtown churches have either closed or shrunk substantially or moved to the suburbs. And I want to assure you that Philpott Church is very much alive, is growing, and we anticipate remaining downtown, which has been a firm decision of the congregation every time the building discussions have come up. We're a downtown church. We intend to remain a downtown church. As you know, the buildings date from the very early 1900s, and you've seen the state. We've been looking, even before I became involved, way back in the 1980s, the question was first raised, how long can we keep this building going? And so for close on 40 years, there's been discussions, knowing that the state of the building was deteriorating, despite the best efforts at maintaining it. We've been looking very actively for the last 12 years, since 2011, when we got an engineering report that told us the sad state of the building and recommended that it not be maintained further because it was going to be very expensive and would not increase its longevity by much. We've been looking at options for the church for 2 reasons. The first reason, and one that might not be so obvious from all the documentation you've got, is that the current building limits our ministries greatly. It's not designed for 2024 church ministries. It was designed for 1906 church ministries, which were very different. And the second reason is obviously the integrity of the building. The Halsall report that we had in 2011 was a major stimulus for we must do something and it's time. And so in 2012, a plan was put together to rebuild the church on its existing site, which would involve demolition of the existing building because of our concern about its structural stability. We planned to rebuild on site, started a fundraising campaign, but it was inadequate for what we needed. And so we did some upgrades, but nothing further in terms of rebuilding. The major change came in 2018 when the city rezoned, as you've heard, for high-rise development. And this gave us a totally new option of selling our properties and rebuilding or building elsewhere in the downtown. In the discussion then, the question again came up, should we renovate? Should we undertake the extensive renovations we need to preserve the existing building? And we had a further detailed engineering assessment in 2019 by Walter Fady, who told us it would cost many millions just to keep the building alive and safe and not improve its functionality. And that went against our wish to improve our facilities in terms of ministry. So the option then was to place our properties on the market and look for alternate properties. As you probably know, we've purchased what was the old Lincoln Alexander Centre and the adjacent land, and we're in the process of renovating and preparing that for our next church building. This was an ideal opportunity to repurpose an existing building in the downtown, very central, very much will meet the needs of the church. The congregation strongly supported this. When we had a vote to sell the properties and buy the new properties, over 80% of those participating voted yes. So the congregation is fully in favour of the proposal. I would just emphasise that the church had no wish or desire for heritage designation. This request did not come from the church, and rather we are very much looking forward to moving to our new property and continuing what the church has done for 130 years, but in a facility that now meets our needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. Just going to do a quick check to see if we have any speakers. Councillor Danko.
Question on the ownership. So you're representing the congregation, but the property has been sold, so it's no longer owned by the church, it is now owned by HUPEG?
I'm not the lawyer for the church. We signed an agreement to sale in 2021, and the conditions of that have been modified a little bit subsequently in terms of when payments were made. But yes, the church property has been sold.
Thank you.
Councillor. Okay, quick check for other speakers. Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Malcolm.
Thank you.
All right, I'll need a mover and seconder to receive the delegations, please. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Kretsch. We'll get the vote up. Thumbs up from Councillor Beattie. That carries 10-0. Thank you, everybody. Moving along, we don't have any staff presentations, so we're on to consent items. 9.1 is active official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and plan of subdivision applications. It's report PED 24040. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillor Wilson, Councillor Nan. Is there any discussion? Not seeing any, we'll go to the vote. That carries 9-0. Thank you. We're now moving on to item 10, public hearings. The public has been advised of how to pre-register to be a delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the development applications before us today, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So our first item is 10.1, applications for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivisions for lands located at 26 Southcote Road in Ancaster, Ward 12. That is report PED 24027. Would committee like to see the staff presentation? Nope, not seeing a desire. So we'll need a mover and seconder to waive the staff presentation. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Danko. We'll go to the vote. vote's coming up. There it is. That carries 9-0. Thank you. All right, so now I'd like to call on Ryan Ferrari with AJ Clark and Associates. Ryan's in attendance today, if you'd like to come down. We're just getting a presentation set up. Thanks for your patience. All right, welcome, Ryan. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, committee members. For the record, Ryan Ferrari, AJ Clark and Associates. I'm a registered professional planner, and I'm the agent on this application. I will make my comments brief on this matter, committee members. Before you today is an application for 24 townhomes and 4 single detached dwellings. The applications before you are a rezoning application and a draft plan of subdivision. I think those 2 points are important. I will refer to the slide in a second, but there are a couple of notes I do want to make about the staff report. First of all, we're in full support of the staff recommendation to approve both the draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment application today. I do want to note a couple things on page 7 of the staff report. I just want to speak a little bit on public consultation. Staff correctly highlighted that we have met with the neighboring community back in 2019 regarding this proposal. What isn't in the staff report and what I do think is important for this committee to know is that we also sent out a public notice letter in early January when we knew this application was close to coming to the planning committee. That letter was also circulated to the ward councillor as well as staff as well. So I think it's just something important to note in the report that's not there currently. Through the public consultation, a couple items were raised that I think are important for the committee to consider today. So I'll refer to the slide I placed above. We're in Ancaster. Being that we're in Ancaster, there are a number of existing mature trees on the property. This is something that all applicants are going to start contending with as we move forward with our Hamilton's Housing Plan and Housing Pledge. A lot of infill applications are going to impact private trees. So what I have up here is a copy of our tree management plan that we submitted with the application. We've inventoried 47 trees on site. We're proposing to remove 10. What I'm showing up here are 2 purple lines with dashed lines at the north and south property line. I do want to let this committee know that from an engineering perspective, the reason why this application is taking so long to get to committee is because of the stormwater management on site. Those 2 purple lines that I'm illustrating there for the committee are stormwater easements. The site is like a bowl, and when we have a significant rain event, we need to capture that stormwater, and what happens is it outlets into where the visitor parking area into an underground tank, and it slowly gets released into the system. Now, the reason why I'm pointing that out, it impacts trees because inside easements we have to grade and we have to put, in this case we're putting a corrugated pipe down the middle. We're impacting a significant tree. It's that tree in orange sort of in the middle top of the development. So the question is, how do we deal with the trees? So the first thing is there's 45 trees we've inventoried on site. We're removing 10. The 10 are outlined there in orange. There are a number of trees on the neighboring sites that are just as significant. You can't really see on this plan, but at the bottom portion there are 3 very mature silver maples that we are maintaining. So I think in terms of the committee's decision today, I think we need to consider the trees that we are retaining. Yes, infill development does have impact on existing trees, but I think, in my opinion, we've done a good job of dealing with any trees on the perimeter on site. The last thing I did want to note for the committee before I end here is just, this is a draft plan of subdivision. So with regards to conditions, there are a number of conditions that deal with stormwater on site. There is a condition, which is actually an Appendix I of the report, that deals with the tree management plan. The tree issue is not a done deal as of today. We're going to have to keep working on it with our arborist. We're still committed to maintaining as many trees as possible on site, but I think what I'd like the community to understand is that infill development and trees, there's going to be impacts regardless. So those are my submissions today. Certainly happy to answer questions if there are any regarding the proposal. And respectfully, we would ask that this committee make a decision on this application today. And those are my submissions, so thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, are you able to elaborate a little bit more about the tension between the stormwater infrastructure and the tree? Understanding man-made gray stormwater infrastructure meeting that need, yep, has to be built to standards, but in removing the tree, also losing some natural stormwater infrastructure. Is it that there's a conflict here, or is it that there hasn't been an ability to be creative? Like, I guess, is there other stormwater solutions on site? For example, keeping the tree and then having ditches on either side, having other infrastructure, like what other alternatives were considered? Or was it just, this is how we do stormwater management. There's a tree in the way, got to take out the tree. Understanding there could be some conflict between these types of things and we have to make some decisions, but what attempts did you and the planning team and kind of your proponents take to mitigate those conflicts or think around them?
Oh, perfect. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Really important question. So, so what I'll do maybe is I'll speak briefly. So I'm not an engineer. I know we have engineering staff here who can speak to it. We've been working with them for a few years now on the stormwater management on site. The major issue is those two easements that we have to manage stormwater in. What basically happens is when in a significant rain event, stormwater falls on Southcote and it goes west to Elm Hill to an outlet. And so the easements, I don't know why specifically 6 meters and 9 meters were chosen. There may be a specific engineering reason that staff provided, but unfortunately, just because of that location of that one specific tree and the width of the easement, our arborist looked at it and there's really no way around it. Unfortunately, the reason being is because the grading required in the easement, we have to meet certain standards that the city provides us. So I think I'll just leave my comments there. Again, I'm not an engineer, but that's my understanding of the situation. And certainly if staff wish to elaborate, I'd be happy for them to.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Cretch.
There's a fair number of these types of developments in Ward 2 over the last 10 years where you have a central space, there are some trees in that space. In order to actually build the density, you need to remove the trees. It's regularly common, it's a pretty common occurrence. But one of the other common occurrences is the kinds of plans that we use to replace trees. Depending on the sites that people are proposing, that's different, right? Sometimes you're right near a boulevard and you can put a bunch of trees there. Like in the case of LRT, sometimes what we're doing is we're seeing that we're putting those trees in other places where suddenly there's not space for those trees anymore around the adjacent area to keep the canopy kind of intact. Could you speak a bit more to the kind of strategies you use when you're thinking about tree replacement programs and how you can do that on this site and then maybe even elsewhere, if not here?
Ryan?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I'm glad you asked that question. One of the conditions that were required to me as part of a draft plan is to submit a comprehensive landscape plan. You talked a little bit about compensation. There's a few ways we can do it. Traditionally, it's been one-for-one compensation. Certainly, there will be discussions with staff about how the compensation would work for those 10 trees on our site. For instance, if there's a larger tree with a larger tree canopy, we might do a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 ratio. I can't tell you that we've submitted a landscape plan to this point because it hasn't been required. However, as a condition of a draft plan, we do need to think about the plantings. It's disappeared now, but I had up there areas where we could plant on site, thinking about street trees on both frontages, thinking about internal to the site. We will also have to go through site plan, and through that, we'll have to plant as well. And the nice thing is if this development does go through, is those trees would be under the maintenance of a condo corporation. So there's a couple things we think about when we think about tree compensation, right? I think the common thing we're hearing out in the industry is like, well, sure, it's great that you're compensating for the tree, but the tree you're compensating for is not equal value of that tree you're getting rid of, right? But I can say is under a future condominium corporation, any trees that are planted, we can ensure that they exist for a long period of time. Kind of thinking about when you plant a tree, it's a 100-year tree. I think respectfully what I'm suggesting to the committee is we're committed to working through the issue. We're committed to compensating as appropriate in consultation with staff. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor. Thank you.
It does, and I really hope you'll work with the ward councillor on this specifically, because I do think, to be very frank with you, tree compensation plans don't get it. They don't meet, we don't have a way yet in the city, and frankly, industry-wide, to really measure our natural assets in, I think, a fair and balanced way. We're going to see a 100-year tree die, for instance, and be taken up. The value of that tree goes far beyond a 1-to-1, a 5-to-1, a 10-to-1 replacement, and so I think that, if this is just my comment to you as a developer in this situation, do everything you can to be an example of how we can do tree mitigation, right? Like, this is not a costly activity compared to the rest of the things you're doing on the development, though I do feel like there's a lot of, frankly, negotiations around these kinds of things. I don't get it. Like, we're not talking about, again, something that couldn't be managed through this property. So replace as many as you can, replace 5 for every one you take out, put them everywhere that you're able to do so. Say to the city, hey, we see some city land over there across the road, we want to plant some trees there. Like, do everything you can, because I know when we lose these trees, doing that kind of replacement where we really maximize it is important. This happened recently in the North End, and the plan was plant as many native trees as you can in the neighborhood to keep the canopy up. That's my point, right? Like, the canopy will be eroded by this, and it's significant for birds, for heat impacts, those kinds of things. So thanks for considering it, and I hope you'll work out an amazing plan.
Thanks, Councillor. And Councillor Wang, if you will take the chair, just some comments. Ryan, thank you very much for this presentation. I think it's very important infill development in Ancaster, in my ward. And appreciate the work that's been done prior to contacting my office on tree management, and also after we started having some dialogue. And just to put in context the one tree we're talking about, don't want to consume a conversation on a tree, but it's an example of how we come at decisions with development. And there's a stormwater easement, as Councillor Wilson said, that we need to manage and we need to have. But this is a 101 centimeter diameter at breast height maple tree. So it's not insignificant. I know you acknowledge that, which according to the arborist can consume up to 400 gallons of water today, absorbing. So of course there's a lot of stormwater benefits. There's heat mitigation, there's cleaning of the air, all those kinds of things. So I am going to ask staff some questions on this, but appreciate the time and the work put in so far, and I think maybe there's a little bit more work to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers, I'll take back the chair. Now, I'm just confirming that you are in support. You said that you're in support of the staff report. Yeah, thank you. We have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation from the agent. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Wang. Please indicate your vote. Just waiting for the vote to come up. That carries 9-0. I'll now ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting. Yes, come on down to the podium. Once you arrive, we'll ask you just to write down your name and contact information before you speak. Welcome. If you could just state your name for the public record, then you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Robert Zeilmaker. I live at 506 Golf Links Road, which is at the corner of Elm Hill and Golf Links Road. Just for the record, I'm not opposed or for this development one way or the other. I guess I'm kind of neutral. I understand the need for housing in the city, and I think a lot of people in the neighborhood have understood that this property would get developed at some point in the future. The question has always been when. But I just want to make a couple of observations. So Mr. Ferrari indicated earlier about how the water flows into this property, and then, you know, it's directed to Elm Hill and goes to an outlet, as he calls it. Well, that outlet is 506 Golf Links Road. We are at the tailpipe of the drainage in this area. So my main concern is management of stormwater runoff. That's my main concern. So I want to start with a couple of observations. Pinecrest neighborhood was developed on what was once a wetland. Since colonization, approximately 70% of wetlands in southern Ontario have been lost due to farming or other development. The subject lands here that we're discussing today were never developed in the late 1950s, which is when Pinecrest was built. And I have to ask, can't help but wonder why. Why wasn't it developed when this neighborhood was built? A person that I know who lived in Ancaster when Pinecrest was developed told me she and her husband drove along golf links at that time, and every basement foundation of this development was filled with water. They were swimming pools. So my understanding is I'm guessing that what happened was, in order to address the water problem, which they obviously had to fix, one way to remedy it was to not develop this property. It's a buffer. So what happens now, all the water from Old Oaks Place and from south along Elm Hill is flowing into this property. It's a buffer. Water goes up and down, it works its way out at a certain pace. The residents of 45 Elm Hill have indicated to me that when we have nice rainfall events, their front ditch is a torrent of water. It flows into this property at 26, on the subject property. The water flows in. And I said, oh, it's interesting because I don't really see it. And the reason I don't see it is because this property is a buffer. So I understand from Mr. Ferrari that they're going to be putting, they're proposing to put in some remedies, one being this underwater storm tank, etc. Can we put something up showing the map on the display up there?
We'll see if clerks can help here.
Okay. Well, I was hoping that we could put this up, but if everyone has a copy, that's fine. I'll just talk to that. So right now, my understanding is the water drains from this property. It flows along 518 Golf Links, that very long property there. There's a ditch at the back of 15 and 19 Elm Hill Boulevard. The water runs along there and it enters a catch basin, which is located behind 15 Elm Hill on the 518 property. The catch basin then goes underground. It flows to Golf Links Road at the corner of 512 and 516. It makes a 90-degree turn, and then it flows to 506 Golf Links, where we have a catch basin in the front yard. Then there's also water that flows along Elm Hill Boulevard, also to 506 Golf Links Road, where there is a second catch basin at the stop sign. So we have two catch basins on our property. One of the catch basins has recently started clogging with some of the weird weather we've been getting. Last year in the winter, so basically, on the left side of 506 on Elm Hill, that one catch basin, I looked out the side door, ditch was flooded. It was flooding back up to 15 and 19 Elm Hill in the ditch. Luckily, I went out and I unclogged this. Now, we had a lot of snow, a lot of rain. It was really bizarre weather. Took a shovel and blindly had to kind of find where this was and unclog it. It's very strange. It's a flat metal plate with a bunch of holes in it. It's not your typical catch basin that I've seen. It's just a flat metal plate, very small holes. That's the first time I've ever seen it clog, and I'm glad I caught it when I did. The catch basin located in front of our house along Golf Links Road, I called the city a couple of years ago because they're starting to collapse. The soil outside of it is starting to collapse in which indicates that it's working its way into the catch basin. And sure enough, the catch basin is starting to fill up with silt. I contacted the city about this. As far as I know, nobody came and looked at it and nothing was done. So what I'm indicating here is you have a single point of failure here at 506 Golf Links. If there's any clogging here or of any issue, this is going to back up and cause one heck of a problem. And also in terms of, potential, whatever they decide to design here for stormwater mitigation, this 1 in 100 year storm is no longer adequate. Have we updated our planning to look at the climate change impacts? We've already witnessed this. Last year, for the first time, just so you know, my family was the original purchasers of this house in 1958. So I'm very concerned about the stormwater management here. So I just hope that whatever you decide, that we are going to be informed as to how this is going to be managed. I'm not clear as to what they're planning to do, so there you have it.
Okay, thank you for the delegation, Robert.
Thank you.
I'm just looking to see if there's any speakers. Nope. But we can ask staff questions about stormwater management as you have raised once we get to the report. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I want to hang around to hear those answers. Okay, thank you. So for a second time, I'll ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting. And finally, for a third time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Not seeing any? Okay, so may I have a mover and seconder that the public submissions regarding this matter were received and considered by the committee, and that the public meeting be closed? Councillor Wilson, Councillor Wang. Please indicate your vote. The vote is up. That carries unanimously. Thank you. Now could I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Wilson, Councillor Wang. Thank you. Okay, any speakers? If not, I will have a couple questions. Councillor Wang, if you'll take the chair. A couple questions for staff. First, just following up on the delegation, you heard the points raised around stormwater and maintaining it within the property being developed, potential impacts to neighboring properties. So staff, through the chair, if you could please comment on that.
Director Hanna.
Ashraf Hanna, Director of Growth Management and Chief Development Engineer. With regard to stormwater management, the applicant is proposing to manage up to the 100-year storm within on-site and release it at pre-development level to Elm Hill Boulevard. So any flows that already are being received on-site and stagnating in the low-lying area there, it's going to be all intercepted and managed and released to Elm Hill Boulevard at pre-development flows. Any flows that were used to go to through lots fronting on Golf Link Road and going to catch basins that were outlined by the delegate are not going to be all these flows will be intercepted, and the flows will not go through that route anymore. Will be intercepted and managed on site.
Okay, thank you. So just to summarize, there's existing flows of water that go onto Golf Link's property from that, or Golf Link's properties from the property we're talking about today. Once developed, those flows will be diverted towards M Hill on that catch basin.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Second question to you, Second Vice Chair, was to do with the conversation earlier, also around stormwater and just the 101 diameter at breast height tree we're talking about that was currently showing in the stormwater easement, and just look to staff to see what we can do there. There is an interest to maintain the natural assets that we have, and do we need any further work to look at solutions through you?
Director Fayback.
Through the chair to the councillor, Anita Fayback, Director of Development Planning. I may have to defer to my colleagues in growth management in terms of the requirements for the easement. And my understanding is there's also a need for fill, which is partially what is impacting that tree. But maybe I'll defer to my colleagues in growth management to further elaborate.
Director Hanna?
Yeah, with regard to the easements, there are two easements proposed. On the north side, there's a 9-meter easement to accommodate overland flow and also storm and sanitary sewers. And on the south side, there's 6-meter easement for overland flow. I'm not sure if that answers the questions, but please, if you could just elaborate on the question.
No, it doesn't answer the question. I think as was raised by my colleagues, and I commented on it too, it's looking to use the assets that we have in place as part of a stormwater solution rather than going with a clean slate and building gray infrastructure as Councillor Wilson had talked about. So with some more time, would it be possible to find a solution to maintain the assets we already have there to assist what we will build to deal with extra stormwater? Through you, Chair.
Director Hanna?
Through the Chair. I think if it's related to the loss of trees and the mature trees on site, the main factor there that affected the trees is the fill, because this is a low-lying area, and the site needed to be raised up. So there are about a 1.5 meters to 2 meters of fill that is required to be placed on site, which will affect obviously the trees. So regardless of the stormwater management design, that is the main factor that would affect the trees.
Councillor.
Okay, yeah, so what I'm not hearing, and I'm hoping there can be some path to some work to figure out what we can do to preserve the periphery that was talked about during the delegation from the proponent. So you answered what needs to be done. I'm looking for potential next steps on how we can potentially solve for maintaining that one periphery tree at least. And is there value in doing additional work?
Director?
Through the Chair, yes. We could look at work with the applicant to explore options for that, for sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Director. I don't have any further questions. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. The same question, I'm just not sure I understood, so I'll just kind of, not trying to be repetitive. Is it possible to elaborate on why does the stormwater channel that is funneling water need to be filled in to be at the same height as the developed area? I understand the lot needs to be filled to do a development. Could I get some information as to why the stormwater management infrastructure that's being developed needs to be raised 2.5 meters to then put a channel, to put a pipe in, it sounds like, to funnel the water? I'm just understanding why the fill is necessary, not understanding why it's necessary over 100% of the lot coverage, if that could be explained.
Thank you. Director?
Through the Chair, right now we don't have a detailed grading plan, so all these details can be worked out through the subdivision process, and once we receive detailed design, we can address those points and see, look at opportunities to salvage trees wherever possible.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. At the appropriate time, I would be happy to introduce a motion to give that time, if we could do that. And have a bit of a deferral there to have some of that work done if that's of interest to committee.
Okay, I don't see any other speakers on the list, so.
We've technically lost quorum.
Oh. Okay, thank you, Elsie Kelsey. You just need to maintain quorum. Just give us a moment if you're watching online. Thank you, everybody.
But you want us to go while you're here, you mean?
If I'm standing here, it's so far, right? And see it. All right.
Okay, Councillor Wilson has the floor.
I'm happy to move that. Like, if we have quorum and we're a legitimate body, happy to use that time and move forward. Yeah.
Okay. So I will second his motion. Councillor Danko?
So the motion is deferral of decision. The applicant specifically asked for this decision to be made today, and I'm not sure if we have timeline impacts because of Bill 109. So can I ask staff, can this be deferred?
Director Fayback?
Through the chair to the councillor, this is not a Bill 109 application, so there would be no fee refund implications.
GM Thorne?
Yes, and through the chair, I would just need to understand with the intent of the deferral, because as Director Director Hanna said, the grading plan would typically be done through the draft plan process. So I'm just concerned about when we would actually be able to come back with a level of detail of information about with tree protection related to the stormwater management plan would require a significant amount of work that is usually done through the next planning stage. So I'm not sure a deferral would actually get us there in terms of being able to provide any level of certainty that we couldn't provide today.
Okay, thank you for that, GM.
Through you, Chair, is an additional holding permit the right tool then for the job?
GM?
So through the chair, I'm going to look to Anita, but I believe she indicated there is a draft plan condition which speaks to that matter.
Through the chair to the councillor, the draft plan conditions relate to all of the aspects of the development, so grading, tree management, that's the mechanism to deal with it. So that's why there's no holding provision, but all of those conditions would be requirements of draft plan of subdivision, which would need to be cleared prior to registration.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Gonna see if anyone else has questions, but I'm at pause right now. Thank you.
Okay.
So I believe I still have the floor. I agree with the intention, but this is details that we be dealt with through site plan, not with zoning approval. So if we're going to be inserting ourselves at this point in zoning approval, I don't think that that's appropriate. And typically, as the ward councillor, you would work with staff through the site plan approval process for these kinds of issues. So if there is a motion to defer, I will be opposed.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Danko. Thank you, staff, for, thank you. So, Councillor Wilson, you want to withdraw?
Yeah.
Okay, motion is withdrawn. So then we are at, we have a mover and second to approve the report recommendations. I don't see anyone else on the speakers list. So we'll go to that vote. The vote is up. That carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Moving on to 10.2, application for zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 237 Springbrook Avenue, Ancaster. That's report PED 24042, Ward 12. Does committee wish to see the staff presentation? Not seeing anybody, so we'll need a mover and seconder to waive the staff presentation, please. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Wang. We'll get the vote up. That carries unanimously. In attendance today, we have Angela Buonamici and Reedy Hayter with Arcadis Inc. And I believe they're attending virtually. No, in person. Okay. Even better. Come on down. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, councilors, staff, and public. I'm Angela Bonamici on behalf with Arcadis, formerly IBI Group, on behalf of the owners of 237 Springbrook Avenue in Ancaster, and we're here for a zoning bylaw amendment. I will give an overview of the property as well, kind of go through what we are requesting with the zoning bylaw amendment and address any concerns that you may have. So here is our site in the red circle. It is within the Meadowlands neighborhood in Ancaster, which is predominantly low-density residential development, mostly singles with some towns. To the north, there is the Meadowlands Community Park, as well as Holy Name of Mary Elementary School. To the west, in addition to the low-density residential, there is a natural environmental area that can be seen, as well as Redeemer College, more towards the southwest. And to the south, there is Bilba Park, and southeast, we have a hydro corridor and a naturalized area as well. So here is a closer view of the subject lands. It is a through lot with dual frontage on Springbrook Avenue and Chambers Drive, approximately 30-meter frontage on both streets. The area is approximately 2,700 square meters, and currently there is a one-story single detached dwelling, existing trees on the property, and 3 sheds. I just wanted to kind of show the build out to the west of what is there as of right now. As you can see, the property is surrounded by single detached dwellings. It's kind of, this lot is kind of a missing tooth and a nice smile, if you will. So it's intended to, the project is intended to just fill in what is missing as surroundings. Here is the views from the first on the left is the view from Springbrook Avenue. As you can see, there is approximately like a 1 story in comparison to the other property's dwelling, which I believe is vacant. There are a couple of existing trees, notably the one directly beside the driveway. And from Chambers Drive, it resembles that of a single detached rear yard. It does have trees. You can see the little red shed to the left of the trees that are in the property. So our proposed development is to demolish the existing dwelling and sheds and sever the parcel into 6 lots, 2 of which will be single detached dwellings and 4 will be semi-detached dwellings. In the diagram, the semis are to the left, both on Springbrook Avenue and Chambers, and the singles are on the right side of the property. Here's just the site plan of how it will fix contextually into the landscape of Springbrook Avenue and Chambers Drive, as well as Chambers Court. Here are the elevations for the single detached dwellings. They're 2.5-story dwellings. They have articulated facades. Various materials will be used to create some variation on the buildings. And the semi-detached dwellings also have articulated facades and various materials used in their construction. Policy context, we are consistent with the PPS and we conform to the growth plan, as this is utilizing an underdeveloped lot, providing infill, maintaining the character of the surrounding, and efficiently using the existing infrastructure that is in place. In the official plan, we are designated neighborhoods on Schedule E and E1, and we are in the Meadowlands Neighborhood Secondary Plan, where we are also designated low-density residential 2B, which permits both dwelling types that we are requesting. So our zoning bylaw. Currently, the lands are zoned agricultural A within the former Ancaster zoning bylaw. We are proposing to bring it into the new City of Hamilton bylaw, the 05200, and to the R1 low-density residential zone, which permits all the semi-detached, singles, street towns, duplex dwellings. We are requesting 2 site-specific provisions with our rezoning. So our site-specific provisions refer to the flankage lot line. We are requesting 1.2 meters, whereas 3 meters is required. There's only one lot that is technically a flankage lot, and that's because a portion of that side lot line abuts Chambers Court, and the remainder of it abuts a residential dwelling. So because it's a court, it is technically adjacent to a road, and so it is a flankage. However, the distance of the front yard requirement and the side yard, it will technically function more as a interior side yard than an exterior side yard or flankage side yard. And we are requesting a maximum lot coverage of 40%, whereas there's no lot coverage currently in place in the zoning. We are doing this to ensure that houses maintain the same character as the surrounding, and it's not suffocating with larger homes that to the adjacent neighborhood. We do agree with the staff approval for our zoning bylaw. They are putting in a holding provision. This is where we vary in our request. They are putting the holding for a letter of acknowledgement from the ministry for the archaeological assessment, submission and approval of a tree protection plan, payment for street trees, payment for outstanding cost recoveries to lift 0.3 meter reserves, the completion of a 2-flow fire hydrant test, and payment for any outstanding municipal sewer and water main charges. We see these conditions more appropriately with the consent to sever application agreement and putting these conditions there. These are standard conditions that we have seen the city implement through consent applications. Just right here is to allow for the zoning to allow for the semis and single detached dwellings. The owners of this property cannot move forward with any type of construction or movement. If you approve the zoning without the holding, we have to go on to the consent to sever, where we can then acknowledge all these items and approve them. So our request to committee today is to approve our requested zoning without the holding provision. And that's my presentation, if anyone has any questions.
Thank you very much, Angela. Just seeing if there's any speakers. Councillor Danko.
Just one very minor question on the lot coverage. I believe typically it's 35% would be the limit. So why not just build slightly smaller houses that would be more affordable?
Angela?
Yeah. I think with the area that it is in, the 40% does match the existing. It is a choice to go with 40. This is a deep lot. As you can see with the site plan that I have up there, there are significant rear yards. They do provide bigger rear yards, and setbacks are consistent with the front yard. So we are providing more amenity space in that while maintaining the compatibility with the adjacent properties.
Thank you.
Councillor Wang.
Thank you very much for your delegation. If we were not to go with your preference of the holding provisions, how much of a detriment is that to your application?
So it does put on another zoning application process for us. We will have to provide stuff. Actually, with the ministry, the letter's already submitted, and we're trying to get that's already in the works. But dealing with the ministry, you never know when it comes on. The regards to the fire flow test, our engineer the engineer for the project has already submitted it to the city. We just haven't heard back. So we are already kind of moving, but with the tree protection plan, that requires consultation with the city, going back and forth. It will hinder, and then we have to come back and remove the holding. So while a consent, a committee application is notoriously shorter and does allow us to get to development that much sooner, it does impose another process for us.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any further speakers, so Angela, I just want to confirm, you said you are in support of the staff recommendation, just would like to have an amendment based on what we just talked about.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I have a mover and seconder to receive a delegation from the agent? Councillor Wang, Councillor Taddison. We'll get the vote up. That carries unanimously. I'll now ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting. Someone's indicated. Come on down. We'll just ask you to sign in, and then before you begin, just share your name for the public record. Okay. Yeah, we'll get your mic turned on, and if you can state your name, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name's Peter Schlachter. I'm a resident of 231 Springbrook Avenue, adjacent to 237. My wife and I purchased our property in 2014 in August, so we're coming up on 10 years. I have a petition here representing 39 residents and homeowners on Chambers Drive and Springbrook Avenue. The petition supports to formally notify the City of Hamilton Planning and Economic Department that we, the undersigned, oppose the zoning change that would include the development of 4 semi-detached dwellings on the property known as 237 Springbrook Avenue A. It's my understanding that when this property was sold by Bob and Miriam, the buyers came to peruse the property, and initially they were going to put 2 homes on this lot, not 6. One was going to be for the current owner's parents and one for himself. I've been maintaining the grounds on the property for Bob and Miriam Swift while they owned it, given their age and mobility issues. And subsequently, when the property changed hands in January of 2022 or thereabouts, continued to do so when the spring arrived. I had a conversation with the current owner and said to him, given that nobody was looking after the grounds and maintaining the grass and so on, that I would continue to do so because I didn't want the property to look poorly compared to the other homes in the neighborhood. And I said, I'm going to cut the grass and do what I need to do to maintain it, whether there's any compensation or not, but it'd be great if you could see fit to throw me some money for gas to maintain it. And he agreed. At some point along the way, the decision was made not to build just 2 homes, given, I believe, some engineering issues with the northwest side of the property and a potential retaining wall that had to be constructed because of the landscape geographic of the lot. Also, in order to put a home in with access to Chambers Court, there's a section of property that belongs to another homeowner there, and there was negotiations involved to make an exchange for cash and land to get access to Chambers Court so that the house could have a driveway access there. The homeowner did not want to agree to those terms, and subsequently the plan changed to put 4 homes on the property. Given the purchase price and the original plan to put 2 homes there, this is clearly an attempt to recoup the value of the property. It's about money. It's not about putting 6 homes here. The only way you can recoup that is to put the 6 homes on this property. Current market value, or at least the value listed, is approximately $2.9 million. It was purchased for $2 million. And so the list of names I have here is currently at 39. It's not complete. There will be more people, as some people were out of town at the time this petition was circulated. I'd like to submit this as part of the information, and I will be submitting the rest of the names accordingly. Thanks. Within the next 2 weeks.
Thank you, Peter. Looking to see if there are any speakers. Councillor Danko, please go ahead.
Just on procedure, if there is a submission, it would need to be before council, presuming this moves forward.
Good point. Thank you. Is that just validating with the clerk? Because if decided today, this would be ratified at council next week.
Correct. Yes, it's going to the February 28th council agenda.
Right. So just be aware of that, Peter.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Danko, anything else? Any other speakers? Councillor Wang, if you just take the chair. Peter, thank you for the delegation and the effort. And I do have a question.
Sure.
And also for the effort you've put into maintaining the property over the past little while. I just wanted to ask you about your knowledge of the zoning here. So if you saw the presentation from the applicant, it's currently agricultural being moved to residential zoning.
Correct.
Residential zoning that is consistent with the neighborhood surrounding it. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that it does conform with residential zoning.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, just wanted to make sure you're aware of that. That's an important detail. Okay, not seeing any other speakers. Thank you very much. I'll ask for a second time. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay, not seeing anybody. So may I have a mover and seconder that the public submissions regarding this matter were received and considered by the committee, and 2, that the public meeting be closed? Councillor Wang, Councillor Wilson. We'll get the vote up. Thumbs up from Councillor Beattie. That carries unanimously. Thank you. Now may I have a mover and seconder to put the report recommendations on the floor? Councillor Wang. Councillor Danko. Thank you. Are there any speakers? Councillor Wang, go ahead.
My question through you to staff is about the holding provision that the delegate had brought up. How necessary is it to follow through on the staff recommendation, and is it possible to take portions of the preference, the delegate's preference, into consideration? Through you, Chair.
Director Fayback.
Through the chair to the councillor, it's staff's recommendation that the holding remain within the zoning. Because the development is for singles and semi-detached, there's no subdivision, there's no site plan requirement. This is the first opportunity, and generally when we have the opportunity to include to incorporate the requirements into the recommendation, we will do that. The other issue is if the lands were to sell, any future purchaser would be aware of the requirements for this property and to lift the holding and what would be required. And finally, there's no guarantee that the Committee of Adjustment will include the conditions, so it's staff's preference that the holding provision remain.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. And if I could ask you to take the chair. Just a brief comment. Just want to go on the record saying I support this recommendation. Pointed out that the zoning is consistent with the neighborhood around it and will be consistent with what we talk about later on the agenda today, next on the agenda. Also, just point out that within 120 meters of either direction, there are towns and or semis. And the precedent for singles next to semis is set on Thoroughbred. Just a few hundred meters away, there are single-family homes and then semi-detached, so it's not really out of character. This is providing housing. We saw the designs, the profiles, how homes will blend in with the neighborhood. So fully supportive. It is putting housing into our neighborhood, and it is consistent with our residential zoning. So thank you. I'll take back the chair. And not seeing any further speakers, we have a mover and seconder, so we will go to the vote to approve the report recommendations. That carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving along to 10.3, application for zoning bylaw amendments for lands located at 64 Hat Street, Dundas. That's report PED 23164 in Ward 13. So, Councillor Wang, yes, go ahead.
I wasn't in the room at the time, but I do have to declare a conflict of interest as the property is owned by Fortune Foster, who is one of the principals, is one of my business partners in my small business.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. And also note here that this was deferred from the November 14th, 2023 meeting. The public meeting was kept open. Okay, so Jen Caterino has a brief verbal update on the revised Appendix B, the bylaw.
Sorry about the delay there. Jennifer Caterino, Area Planning Manager for the West here for Shivel, who's the planner on the file. Just as a quick update, we have been working with the Conservation Authority and the property owner on the zoning and the holding provisions. However, the applicant has requested a deferral at this time, again, to continue working with staff on a couple matters. I'm not sure if Councillor Wilson wants to elaborate on that, but I can give just a very brief update regarding the Conservation Authority. So if you recall previously, there was concerns about the flood proofing on the site. So through conversations with the Conservation Authority, we have agreed to apply a holding provision so that a phasing plan can be completed so that there's agreement between the property owner and the Conservation Authority to ensure that certain elements of the flood proofing are completed at relevant times as building permits are submitted. So that has been agreed to. So as part of the holding, the phasing plan would have to be completed to the satisfaction of the Conservation Authority before it can be lifted. So that was the update that we had prepared, but I think there's additional work that's still required in another area.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, just happy to procedurally move that deferral that was requested by the proponent as shared by staff. Yeah, just high level, this is a really exciting site and grateful that we're doing some important work here. An adaptive reuse potential for the valley for sure. Also right beside a core natural area, Spencer Creek. A heritage site as well. Like so many important things layered on top of the site. So if the applicant's saying they want more time to get it right, happy to give it to them. Really appreciate that commitment to getting it right. Thank you.
So then procedurally, Elsie Kelsey, then the public meeting would remain open. Is that right?
Correct. If we just go straight to the deferral vote, the public meeting would remain open. And also just wondering if there's a date that we know for deferral, just general future meeting.
To a future planning committee?
Okay, so generally to a future planning committee whenever the time is right. Yeah, not specific. Okay, so you're moving that? Okay, Councillor Kretsch is a seconder.
Sorry, who is the seconder?
Councillor Kretsch. We'll get the vote up. There it is. That carries 7-0 with one abstention. Moving along to 10.4, which is updates and amendments to the low-density residential R1 and low-density residential R1A zones, and creation of a new low-density residential large lot R2 zone, creation of a new Section 5, parking and technical amendments to zoning bylaw numbers 05200 as Phase 2 of the residential zones project, that is Report PED 22154A citywide. So I believe we have a presentation. Do we have a staff presentation?
Yep, it should be Elena. Sorry.
Okay, we're just getting organized. Welcome, Alana. I think there are many committee members eager to see your presentation.
Thank you. Finish getting myself organized here. So thank you, members of committee. Happy to be here this morning to discuss the next phase of this project. My name is Alana Fulford. I'm a senior planner on the zoning bylaw reform team. And I will be joined shortly as well by Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning, as we will be giving a sort of a joint presentation on the next phase of amendments to the low-density residential zones as part of the overall residential zones project and the results of the parking standards review, which Brian will be speaking to. So today's presentation is on the next phase of amendments to the low-density residential zones as part of the residential zones project. The most recent round of public engagement was launched as Reimagining Neighborhoods. And this has been used in this term to describe the changes to residential zones, both in place and proposed as part of the residential zones project. So just to start off as a refresher, while the residential zones project is very large in scope and covers a number of phases, there are ultimately two central project objectives. And they are firstly to create a new set of residential zones in zoning bylaw 05200 so that all residentially zoned properties citywide in the urban area are subject to a consistent set of zone standards. And then secondly, to expand the types of housing permitted in residential zones to provide greater housing options within and along the periphery of neighborhoods. So the overall residential zones project has been broken up into three phases. Two of those are ongoing, and the third phase represents work that is to come. So phase one is the low-density residential zone work, and that's the focus of today's presentation. Through that work, we are replacing the 40-plus low-density residential zones that are found across the city in the city's former municipal zoning bylaws with one set of low-density residential zones in zoning bylaw 05200. Through this work, the expansion of uses that are permitted in those zones is also occurring. Now, this phase has been split into multiple stages. The first stage of work on the low-density residential zones was brought to Council in August of 2022. We are here today to present the next stage of this work. The amendments being proposed today will further expand the uses permitted in the low-density residential zones of zoning bylaw 05200 to triplexes and fourplexes, and further bring more properties into the city's comprehensive zoning bylaw. Phase 2 of the overall residential zones project is ongoing, and that represents the mid-rise residential zones. These zones are intended for the periphery of neighborhoods and along major streets, permitting uses like townhouses and mid-rise buildings. The draft mid-rise residential zones were presented to Council in June of 2023, and work is ongoing to finalize these zones. The third phase of the overall project are the high-rise residential zones. This is a future phase of work. And in this phase, new high-rise residential zones will be introduced to zoning bylaw 05200, thus completing the full set of urban residential zones in the city's comprehensive citywide zoning bylaw. So moving on to the focus of today's presentation, the low-density residential zones. I'd like to start with just a quick review of the official plan and the official plan review, and how the expanded permissions in the low-density residential zones were entrenched through this process, and specifically phase 1 of the OP review, the Municipal Comprehensive Review. As committee knows, the MCR covered many topic areas. A number of them are highlighted here for the direction that they provided to the residential zones project. In terms of growth management, through the OP review, policies were strengthened in the Urban Hamilton official plan to facilitate residential intensification throughout the urban area, and further expanded criteria around transit supportive development. In terms of urban structure, greater policy emphasis was placed on intensification, redevelopment, and compact built form throughout the urban area. And the uses permitted within low-density residential areas of Volume 1 of the OP were expanded up to including multiple dwellings of up to 6 dwelling units. In terms of housing policies, further policy direction was provided on planning for a mix of housing and encouraging the creation of family-sized dwelling units. And then finally, around the topic area of climate, policy updates were provided to support the city's climate action strategy, and with an emphasis on low-impact development techniques, green infrastructure, and urban forest strategy goals, to name a few. The policy changes through the OP review are not only reflected in the expanded permissions in the low-density residential zones, but also the updates to the zoning regulations themselves, which are intended to support the climate goals and strategies laid out in the OP. So an example of this is introducing minimum landscape area requirements in the low-density residential zones to preserve that pervious surface on a property for stormwater drainage and protection for tree preservation and plantings. So the second phase that is being presented today builds on those amendments that were approved in August of 2022, with the first objective being to replace those 40-plus low-density residential zones. We are continuing to proceed and have now finished that set of zones. The first two zones, R1 and R1A, were introduced in 2022. The R1 being the standard lot, meaning it reflects the predominant lot size across the city, so it is the most widely applied of the zones. The R1A is the smaller lot zone. The greatest concentration of these lots are in the lower city of Hamilton, but they really can be found throughout the city and applied. The LDR zones are being rounded out today with the introduction of the R2 zone, which is a larger lot zone, and to be applied to larger lots across the city. So this completes the set of 3 low-density residential zones in the city's comprehensive zoning bylaw. The second key objective, as mentioned, for this overall residential zones project is expanding the type of housing permitted in residential zones to provide greater housing options. And this work has been undertaken incrementally, expanding housing choice at each stage. So just to refer to some key stages along this timeline, we can go back to the beginning in September of 2018. At that time, a laneway housing pilot project initiative was launched, providing opportunities for secondary dwelling units or ADUs on laneways. The next key step was May 2021, when citywide additional dwelling unit permissions were introduced. The Phase 1 August 2022 amendments, which I've touched on, the expansion of permitted uses within all low-density residential zones and the ability to convert existing dwellings to contain up to 4 dwelling units in total. And then today, February 2024, with the introduction of triplex and fourplex permissions to the R1, R1A, and R2 zones. At each stage, the city has moved that benchmark forward, creating more opportunities for housing choice in neighborhoods by removing regulatory barriers. And the next step, as you can see here, is bringing all the remaining low-density residential properties into the city's comprehensive zoning bylaw so that all low-density residential properties across the urban area of the city will have the same full set of permissions. As has been messaged since the beginning of the project, the changes introduced through the residential zones project are intended to remove the barriers of exclusionary zoning, which has traditionally restricted the types of housing permitted in neighborhoods, to provide housing choice and more affordable housing options for residents, to promote sustainable growth that makes use of existing infrastructure and services, and to provide more housing options for residents at various stages of life, giving more opportunity to age in place. So to move on to a quick review of what those Phase 1 changes look like in August of 2022. As I mentioned, at that time, the R1 and the R1A zone were created and introduced into zoning bylaw 05200. At that time, they were applied to certain properties within the former city of Hamilton. The next substantive change that occurred through Phase 1 was the expansion of uses in all low-density residential zones across the city. So this applied to the new R1 and R1A zones, as well as all existing low-density residential zones. The result of those expanded permissions were that all low-density residential zones permitted single, detached, and duplex dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and street townhouse dwellings. Further, existing dwellings were permitted to convert to contain up to 3 additional dwelling units for a total of 4 within the dwelling. And that, alongside detached additional dwelling unit permissions, resulted in most low-density residential properties permitted to contain up to 4 dwelling units. Now, at this time, through the Phase 1 work, secondary plans were not part of the amendment, so lands within secondary plans were not included as they were to be evaluated as part of the next phase of the official plan review. The results of the Phase 1 amendments are shown on this illustration. And the result was that almost 70% of all low-density residentially zoned properties were permitted to contain up to 4 dwelling units through conversions and detached additional dwelling unit permissions. So in terms of the amendments that are before committee today, the changes being proposed are highlighted in red. A new and final low-density residential zone, the R2 zone, and the expanded permissions of triplexes and fourplex dwellings to all of those zones. The R2 zone, as mentioned, is a large lot zone. It is applied across the city where existing lot fabric is larger, and also to maintain lot size in areas with rural cross-sections where sufficient lot size is required to maintain drainage patterns. As noted, the new uses are applied to all zones, the R1, R1A, and R2 zones. And as is shown on the bottom, those are the permissions, those are the suite of residential use permissions that are now in place for those 3 zones: singles and duplex dwellings, semis, triplex, fourplex, and street townhouses. So just a bit of a summary of numbers. If we focus in on that inner pie and the breakdown of the 3 phases, in addition to the new permissions, as we've been mentioning, we are continuing to add lands into the city's comprehensive zoning bylaw and applying one of those 3 low-density zones. Through that phase 1 work in August of 2022, approximately 40% of low-density residential properties were zoned R1 or R1A and brought into zoning bylaw 05200. Through phase 2, another 35% approximately of these low-density residential low-density residential properties are being further brought into zoning bylaw 05200. And the result of this is that approximately 75% of low-density residential properties are now zoned R1, R1A, or R2. The remaining approximately 25% of properties is captured under that phase 3 work. These are properties that remain within having an existing low-density residential zone in a former community zoning bylaw, and these properties will be addressed through that final phase of this work. So to summarize, as is shown in this outer ring, the culmination of this work is resulted in 75% of low-density residential properties having those fourplex permissions. So, in terms of the progression from phase 1 to phase 2, and then to the final phase 3 amendments to come, these maps give an illustration of that progression. With the phase 1 work, the expanded permissions to all low-density residential properties outside of secondary plans, to phase 2 before committee today, where those phase 1 lands and phase 2 lands, as shown on this illustration, have collectively been added into zoning bylaw 05200 with the expanded triplex and fourplex permissions. And then finally, in the red, the properties that will be addressed through the final phase 3. And I just want to quickly note, this slide is illustrating properties that have an existing low-density residential zone. So there will be further properties that are brought into one of those low-density residential zones through future work, and they would be properties that have a remnant agricultural zoning in the urban area. So just a note that those are not reflected on this map. It might be most noticeable in the Fruitland Winona secondary plan, or some of those larger swaths of AA district zoning in the former city of Hamilton. So to summarize, phase 1 expanded the uses permitted in low-density residential zones, with most low-density residential properties in urban area permitted to contain up to 4 dwelling units through conversions and detached ADU permissions. And this phase did not include lands within secondary plans. The phase 2 work before committee today is introducing the triplex and fourplex permissions. extending the permissions to secondary plan areas by capturing certain low-density residential designations and applying those additional permissions to them, and further bringing more properties into the city's comprehensive zoning bylaw, with the result that the majority of low-density residential properties are now in that comprehensive zoning bylaw. Just to briefly touch on what is going to be undertaken as part of this final phase of work, we'll be incorporating that remaining 25% that are still zoned an existing low-density residential zone in a former community zoning bylaw. And staff will be prioritizing the completion of this work following today's Phase 2 amendments. The properties that are captured within this approximately 25% most likely fall under one of these scenarios, and that is, firstly, they have an existing special exception on the property. Some special exceptions that applied to a large number of properties have been captured and addressed through this amendment. However, most special exceptions will be addressed through this final phase, as these properties have council-directed zoning that needs to be evaluated. There are also properties that have been left out because they may end up with mid-rise residential zoning. And so in knowing that work is ongoing and to come, they have been set aside and subject to that further evaluation. There are some properties with split zoning, and that's often split between a residential and open space zone. The boundaries of this split zoning will be confirmed, and then these properties brought forward as well. And then finally, what remains within secondary plans. So the remaining low-density residential designations within secondary plans that did not form part of this amendment. And the final component within secondary plans is there were a number of secondary plans that were not included in this amendment for a particular reason, and those will be addressed as well as part of the next phase of work alongside the continued official plan review and secondary plan review that's being undertaken by the Sustainable Communities Group. So turning more into what those new permissions that we've been talking about in the triplexes and fourplexes. With the introduction of these permissions, the successful integration of these types of housing in existing neighborhoods is an important objective, and for that reason, neighborhood infill design guidelines have been developed to guide multiplex infill development. So the purpose of these guidelines is to guide infill development in neighborhoods, to promote high-quality building and site design to complement the existing streetscape. This document is intended to be used by planners in the evaluation of applications for this form of development, and by architects and designers to guide site and building design. And it's important to note that as these guidelines were being developed, they very much informed the development of zoning regulations for fourplexes, which are found in the R1, R1A, and R2 zones. So the guidelines are divided into two principal topic areas: site design and built form. Under site design, there are guidelines for landscaping, grading, parking, amenity areas, waste storage, and bicycle parking. Under built form, there are guidelines directing massing, height and transition, setbacks, and facade treatment. So collectively, these guidelines are intended to guide the integration of multiplex housing into an existing streetscape, as the sample before and after streetscape illustrates. So in terms of those guidelines around site design, this site plan illustrates the guidelines, highlighting some of the elements that are prioritized here. The guidelines support the city's urban tree canopy target by promoting mature tree preservation and protection for new tree plantings. Within the landscaped area, there is protection for a free and clear area for tree protection or tree planting. In this example, that is shown in the rear yard on the top left corner. In the front yard, there are guidelines for landscaping and spacing of trees. Amenity areas are provided either in the form of a balcony or communal patio area. When parking is required, there is a guideline directing that permeable paving is preferred to increase the pervious surface on the property. There are side and rear privacy screening guidelines, particularly when parking is provided in the rear. And finally, garbage and recycling bins are stored in an enclosed storage container. All of these are important elements to consider in the design of multiplex housing and are so reflected in the guidelines. In terms of the other topic area, height, in built form, there are a series of guidelines and supporting illustrations in the guideline document, and I'll just highlight a few of those here for committee. So here's a guideline, and here's an illustration that's supporting the importance of well-proportioned buildings to complement the existing appearance along the street. Also, in terms of height and massing, there are guidelines that speak to providing variations in roofline height and features like dormers that can reduce the sense of scale of new development. Finally, around built form, there are guidelines around setbacks. In this illustration, it shows a new building that has followed the established pattern along the street, both front and side yard setbacks. There are also guidelines that emphasize that setbacks should be considerate of overlook and privacy for adjacent properties. So collectively, these guidelines have informed the development of zoning regulations for fourplexes by prioritizing what's important in the design of the buildings and the site. So now I'd like to turn to discussing the public engagement that the project team has undertaken in support of the project. As briefly mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, this phase of public engagement for the residential zones project was launched as Reimagining Neighborhoods. The Reimagining Neighborhoods consultation plan incorporates multiple engagement strategies to reach the widest audience. The objective of the plan is transparency, creating an open dialogue, and collaborating with community partners, interested parties, and members of the public. And it's important to note that this stage of our public engagement did encompass engagement on both the low-density residential zones work and also the draft mid-rise residential zones. So this round of consultation was launched in November of 2023 with the Engage Hamilton Reimagining Neighborhoods engagement page. Engage Hamilton was a platform used to promote engagement opportunities, provide project updates, and host engagement activities like the Reimagining Neighborhoods survey that was conducted. Alongside the updates to Engage Hamilton, social media posts were regularly released to inform residents about the project, promote engagement opportunities, and upcoming public information meetings. As this slide shows, there were a range of engagement events and activities, and they included community pop-up booths, a story map and survey, staff presentations to the active advisory committees, a development industry workshop that was hosted by the project team, and it all culminated in 2 virtual public information meetings for residents to learn more about the project, have questions answered by project staff, and provide feedback to the project team as well. There were 220 registrants to those 2 virtual public information meetings, and in total we had 151 attendees. Overall, the project team was able to engage with a range of residents in various settings and utilize Engage Hamilton and its tools to interact with the public. Engagement will continue through the next phases of the residential zones project, and staff intend to use this phase of engagement to inform the tactics that are used going forward. And I just want to take this opportunity to highlight a few of those specific engagement and events and activities that were undertaken. With the launch of the Reimagining Neighborhoods consultation in November, staff went out into the community to inform residents about the project by setting up a series of project booths at community and rec centers and Lime Ridge Mall. And this all occurred over a few weeks in November with a total of 8 pop-ups. The pop-up events were an opportunity for residents to speak with with the project team and pick up project information, as well as sign up to our project update notification list. The pop-up events were advertised on the Engage Hamilton site through social media and via a project launch advertisement in the Hamilton Spectator. In addition to the many conversations that the project team was able to have with residents, a total of 650 project postcards were handed out over the course of these 8 events. A series of reimagining neighborhood videos have also been produced, and they have been produced to inform residents of the residential zones project and what changes may look like within and along the periphery of a neighborhood. 2 videos have been produced to date, a Reimagining Neighborhoods overview video, and a video focusing on what change may look like within existing neighborhoods. The videos have also provided an opportunity to remind the public of how they can get involved and stay informed about the project. These videos are available on Engage Hamilton, the project webpage, and have been advertised via social media. The project team does intend to release a final video, and that will focus on the changes proposed to the periphery of neighborhoods through the introduction of mid-rise residential zones. Finally, staff conducted an interactive story map and survey, which was accessed on Engage Hamilton. The survey asked residents to identify their priorities as residential zones changes. The survey encompassed changes both within a neighborhood through low-density residential zone changes and the changes proposed to the periphery of neighborhoods through the draft mid-rise residential zones. Residents were asked to identify concerns and benefits as housing options change. A total of 221 responses were received, which are summarized in the consultation summary report, which is appended to the staff report. A sample survey response is shown here, highlighting concerns related to changes within neighborhoods and also benefits to providing new housing options across the city. Just to note that with these questions, respondents were asked to select from a list all that applied for them and given the opportunity to add additional responses. So just to highlight the top 3 in each of these responses, when it came to priority concerns for these new housing options within neighborhoods, the top 3 concerns that were received were the ability to maintain mature trees, concerns around possibility for increased traffic, and the ability to continue to provide on-street parking. In terms of the benefits of new housing options, the top 3 responses were the ability to have an additional opportunity to age in place, the potential for greater housing affordability, and promoting a more walkable environment. The survey responses were important for staff to both validate that the work that was ongoing on the neighborhood infill design guidelines and new zoning regulations were addressing some of the key elements that residents are identifying as important as permissions expand in these neighborhoods. They also highlighted issues and concerns that have informed the evaluation of and updates to the guidelines and zoning regulations, and will inform the work that continues to occur for the mid-rise residential zones project phase. So overall, in terms of collectively sort of that what we've heard through the project engagement, comments and feedback have been generally positive across engagement activities. Some general themes have emerged in that feedback, and those are a definite focus on affordability, the ability to provide infrastructure and community services as neighborhoods intensify, the ability to provide green space and parks, again, as intensification occurs. There have also been comments around compatibility, both from the perspective of preserving existing appearances, streetscapes when integrating new development, but also about promoting variations in housing type and design with references to some of the older neighborhoods of the city where this variation occurs. In addition, we had quite engaged Q&A sessions at the 2 virtual public information meetings. In addition to this, around 25 questions and comments were received following these meetings. Staff's response to that feedback that was received is also available in the consultation summary report. So in summary, Engage Hamilton was used to support this project by hosting the survey, posting survey results. We did a short overview of what we've heard that was available for the public to view. Engage Hamilton posted the recordings of the 2 virtual public information meetings and provided access to the draft zoning maps and draft neighborhood infill design guidelines in advance of those documents being made available to the public via the Planning Committee agenda. A quick note on the draft mapping. So between the providing that draft zoning maps to the public and the final mapping that is appended to the staff report today, a number of refinements were made. Some of these were as a result of the public getting in touch with staff and confirming some of those zone assignments. So just a note on some map changes that have occurred between the draft and the final. To note as well, in an effort to further communicate the proposed amendments to the public, notice of the proposed changes have been posted at public counters at City Hall. Staff that interact regularly with the public are informed of the proposed changes so that they can communicate this to the public. And notice has been provided on zoning verification letters and minor variance comments to applicants. So I'm now going to turn it over to Brian for the parking portion of the presentation.
Good afternoon. Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation, Planning and Parking. Very happy to be here today representing a whole team to talk about parking standards. Parking standards is something that this committee hears about all the time. Almost every committee meeting, it's inherent to the discussions about development. And this project, this review, was really an opportunity to do a full refresh of all things parking that are included in the zoning bylaw. What we're talking about today, just for simplicity, is generally the amount of parking that's required as part of the new development. So how many spaces per unit or how many spaces per gross floor area. But we did delve into all aspects of the parking bylaw, including size, dimensions, and location of parking spaces, and made some updates in that regard. The focus of the review was largely on parking standards for residential development, primarily because of the urgency. We know there's a need to update and get it right in terms of residential development, but we also did take the opportunity to review in an initial way the non-residential standards and make some quick and easy updates to modernize standards for those uses, with more work to come. We looked at a number of considerations which are top of mind these days, things like housing affordability, and I don't think I have to explain to this committee the linkages between parking supply and housing affordability. Obviously, links to the environment and the city's sustainable transportation goals go hand in hand with parking, but also, very cognizant that parking impacts people's daily lives. And in my role, being in charge of the Hamilton Municipal Parking System, all things on street, off street, we hear a lot of that. So we did take that into account, where those pressure points are, and making sure we don't make those worse. Just a recap of the timelines. We started the work back in 2022. We're fortunate to get some funding from the provincial government under the Streamlining Development Fund to hire a consultant and do a lot of the background work, the research, the best practices, looking at existing data. A lot of that work was presented to this committee in August of 2023, and alongside of that, a kind of a draft framework for where we were headed in terms of general directions on the parking standards. At that committee meeting, we were directed to engage with the public and other stakeholders to see what they thought, and that's what I'm going to focus on a little bit for the purposes of this presentation. We did a public survey and had some virtual meetings alongside the residential zoning project, which I'll summarize the results of. And that brings us to today's rather large decision point is looking at the bylaw changes and whether or not to adopt them. As mentioned, we do anticipate doing some more work and taking a little bit more time to drill into some of the non-residential parking standards, things like post-secondary institutions and those detailed uses. Really just need a little bit more time to do all that research, but it is coming. So just a summary of the proposed changes. And I'll just highlight the major aspects of those changes. First and foremost, we adopted a geographical-based approach to specifying the parking standards. What do I mean by that? Hamilton is a pretty big city. Waterdown is not the same as South Mountain, which is not the same as the downtown. And we felt it was important to reflect some of that diversification in terms of travel patterns, transportation options, and people's preferences. And I'll show in a moment a map of how we divvied up the city in terms of establishing the parking standards. And it's not distinctly different from the zoning bylaws that exist out there now, some of them linking back to the former municipalities and others relating to things like transit-oriented corridors. So we just enshrined that kind of geographical-based approach. A big change, and the topic of a lot of discussion, was eliminating minimum parking requirements for developments within certain areas, with a focus on those areas that are highly transit supportive, things like the LRT corridor, places where people can live and get services without relying on a car necessarily. Those also include areas of higher density development. And I want to be very clear in this that we're trying not to use the word zero parking requirement, because it's not zero parking requirement. It's eliminating minimum parking requirements on the notion that the people that the future purchasers of condominiums or renters of apartment buildings will make informed choices based on how much they want to spend on an automobile, where they want to live, and those choices. And the market, the development industry will reflect those market trends. So that's at a high level the general philosophy. We also introduced minimum parking requirements for visitor parking, which didn't always exist in some of the former bylaws. And this goes back to some of the concerns we hear from the public on a daily basis about not enough parking for visitors. So we've included some reasonable amounts for visitor parking. We did maintain, and this links to the geographical approach, maintain minimum parking standards in other areas of the city, the South Mountain area, those outer areas, but at a lower, generally a lower rate to provide a little bit more flexibility for the development industry to respond to and ensure that housing choices are affordable. We included something called parking maximums, which is specifying a maximum rate of parking, really to kind of just save people from themselves. We don't think it's really needed. We spent a little bit of time on adjusting accessible parking requirements, because we wanted to ensure that by reducing minimum parking requirements, we didn't unintentionally reduce accessible spaces for those who require them. So we spent some time on the mechanics of that in the zoning bylaw. We also reviewed bicycle parking requirements, expanding bicycle parking to more types of uses, and also reflecting a geographical-based approach. And finally, we did include requirements for electric vehicles. We use the term EV ready, and what does that mean? It means that spaces must be able to basically accept a plug or provide a plug for EV vehicles. It doesn't necessarily mean that the full charger has to be there. We think this is really important, and I should say we did 100% EV ready for residential uses and 50% EV ready for non-residential uses. And we think this is important for a number of reasons. One is the city's top of mind is climate change and climate change mitigation, but also recognizing that it's costs about 3 to 4 times more to retrofit a parking space to accommodate an electric vehicle if it's not done from day one. So we just see it as a good measure. Think of it the same as an oven requires a special plug. You wouldn't think of building a house these days without ability to have an oven. But I'll also say that there is more work to be done. Some of the comments from the industry have questions on that, and I think a good next step would be to prepare some guidelines on how development industry should respond to this bylaw. Moving on, just noting these are the geographical areas. We call them parking rate areas. So the green area basically encompassing from the generally McMaster to Eastgate, from the escarpment to the waterfront, and also including the A-line corridor. This is the area where minimum parking requirements would not be required. It's the area with the highest transit supportiveness in the city. The orange area is kind of the middle ring, and that's the area where we did apply some further reductions to existing rates, but kept the minimum. And then the purple area, similar to the existing regulations, but with a little bit more flexibility. Just finally on some of the technical changes, and I have to thank Sebastian Kuming, who's really the brains behind converting all the policy speak and the strategies into zoning bylaw speak, did a wonderful job. And just to summarize it, there was a lot of cleanups made. So I think people will appreciate how easy it is to read the zoning bylaw and quickly figure out what the regulations are for parking and how much is required. Just lastly, on what we were directed to do is to consult on the draft framework and the standards. I mentioned we did do a survey. I'll acknowledge that we had over 300 responses to the survey, which is quite exceptional. Those are probably people that are interested in the topic. We probably didn't capture, Joe Q public who really doesn't care about parking standards, but we understood that. So with that qualifier in place, we did have strong support for eliminating parking requirements, almost 60%, and strong support for the geographical based approach. Overall, we were quite pleased with the feedback. As you may have remembered from the August meeting, we had feedback from WeHBA as well as Environment Hamilton, both supporting the direction that things were moving in. I think that through this exercise, the public hopefully, or those that were involved, understand the issue between parking requirements and broader city issues such as housing affordability. And I'll just note that there's always concern about risk of spillover if there's not enough parking, but recognizing that part of that risk might be that people make alternative choices on where they live and how they travel and what parking they require. Just in terms of future work, I mentioned there will be more work done on non-residential standards. There were some things in the August 15th report that we referenced, including updating the cash in lieu of parking bylaw, which is now a little bit in misalignment with the directions of the parking standards. And we are continuing to look into the very important matters of residential parking permits and residential boulevard parking. And finally, we do intend to monitor this, see how it works, and I fully expect that there will be some changes over time on different aspects of the zoning bylaw.
Thanks, Brian. So we're just going to wrap up the presentation with the next steps for the residential zones project. So as we've been discussing, this is phase 2. We still have a final phase for low density residential, and that is being prioritized as the next step and final step for low density residential. Concurrently with the completion of this work, the mid-rise residential zones will be finalized. Also occurring with the mid-rise residential zones work is the evaluation of the expansion of the transit-oriented corridor zones to the BLAST network. And this was initially presented alongside the mid-rise residential zones to Planning Committee in June of 2023. The final stage is the work to come on high-rise residential zones. And with the completion of all of these stages, we will have a complete set of residential zones in the city's comprehensive zoning bylaw. The Reimagining Neighborhoods engagement will continue as these phases are completed, building on the connections made within the community and applying engagement tools and techniques that have proven successful in the earlier phases of the project. And finally, alongside the remaining phases of the residential zones project, the Sustainable Communities team is continuing to work on the secondary plan review. And the culmination of that work will be in the implementation of the low-density residential policies of Volume 1 of the UHOP through a future comprehensive amendment to secondary plan policies and schedules, and then a review and update of the medium density and high density designations in secondary plans to go alongside that zoning review. So thank you for your time this morning, afternoon, and Brian and I would be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Alana. Thank you very much, Brian. A very informative presentation. We do have a speakers list. First, Councillor Danko, then followed by Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. This is a very significant change to residential neighborhood planning in the city Hamilton. I'd say leading edge in the province of Ontario. So first of all, just really want to thank staff for the amazing amount of work and diligence and attention to detail that I can see has gone into this project. It is very much appreciated. First question is on just understanding exactly what phase we're in right now and when what the next steps are. So slide 17, 18, and 19 has kind of that three-phase progress. So are we in phase 2 right now, what's going to be approved, and then still that outstanding phase 3 is the secondary plans and the outlying areas that are still to be incorporated?
Right. So through the chair to the councillor, that's correct. We're bringing forward phase 2 today. So what's remaining is phase 3, representing approximately that 25%. And it is essentially the remaining low density residential designations within secondary plans that haven't been incorporated yet. And low-density residential properties outside of secondary plans, which primarily fall into a category of having a special exception on it, split zoning, that are going to be brought forward as well.
Thank you. So specifically today, those secondary plan areas, the Waterdown Community Node, Northwest Glanbrook Secondary Plan, Mount Hope Secondary Plan, Fruitland Winona Secondary Plan, those will be incorporated in phase 3?
Through the chair to the councillor, that is the intent. I do want to just note that for 2 of those secondary plans, the Northwest Glanbrook and Mount Hope secondary plans, it was only a small portion or a smaller portion related to specific areas, specific policy of the secondary plan that was omitted. So in terms of secondary plans in their totality that were not part of this amendment today, it's Fruitland Winona, the Waterdown Node, and West Harbour Setting Sail. So the intent is that going forward through completion of the secondary plan review, that those areas would be incorporated as well.
Okay, thank you. Looking through the design guidelines, again, really appreciate the effort that went into that, the level of attention to detail. you know, I think setting very specific design standards is going to make or break this initiative, because ultimately it's what gets built. That it has to be good quality design that fits in the neighborhoods, that is in order to get that buy-in that we're going to need from the public. So very, very supportive of what's been proposed in the design guidelines and what's been incorporated into the actual zoning requirements. My question is, similar to the detached secondary dwelling units discussion, is when these applications go to the Committee of Adjustment, if we're going to still be strictly upholding the zoning permissions. So for example, developers, property owners are always going to try to do more. So if they're like, well, I want one more parking spot and my development can't be approved unless I get rid of this tree area, that we're actually going to uphold the zoning provisions at the Committee of Adjustment.
So the chair to the councillor, you know, we expect that the neighborhood infill design guidelines will be a very good tool and resource for planners to be able to evaluate these variances from the zoning bylaw. They provide clear direction on what the important elements are and the priorities. And so that is where we see this being a very valuable tool for planning staff to evaluate those variances.
Thank you. And just putting this on the public record, that if this is approved, we move forward, and inevitably those Committee of Adjustment variance, minor variance applications come forward, I will be very strongly voicing my opinion in opposition to those, unless it is something extremely minor, because we've done all that work up front in order to try to address those issues. My last question, just totally switching gears here, is on the EV requirements. So that's something that has come up a number of times before, and us asking developers to just put in the rough in for EVs. How hard could it possibly be to put in $20 worth of conduit? So if through you, if I can just ask, that is the intention, is EV ready, is the conduit, it's making sure that the utility connection is in the right place, but we're not actually requiring them to put in the full EV charger in order for their approvals.
Through the chair, that's exactly the intent. We do reference a Society of Automotive Engineers standard 1772, going by memory, but essentially it's being able to accept a plug.
Thank you. So those are all the questions I had. Looking forward to further discussion on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Next, Councillor Wang, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor McMeekin.
Okay, thank you through you, Chair. Thank you to Elena and her team for doing this work. Ward 4 doesn't actually change very much in the low density in any of these guidelines. There are pockets, but I wanted to ask in public forum, because I asked you guys in our update meeting, what about spaces like on corners where currently in the existing footprint there's a small variety store on the first floor with a second floor residential? As council knows, that's what I grew up in, and so I'm asking, how does that potentially play into future sort of iterations of what this looks like? I know that this is not at all included in the existing format as it is today, but it was something that I asked in our session. How do we want to talk about that? Because that's also about walkability. It's about aging in place. It's about ensuring that we're creating vibrant communities where there is access to amenities, where they don't necessarily have to go to a commercial corridor in order to get a bag of milk. So what does that look like?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, and it was certainly a good discussion and something that is a focus on the mid-rise residential zones work, that being the commercial component to those mid-rise residential zones, and the application of those zones sort of locationally. So that is something that staff will be taking to that phase of the work and reviewing in further detail in terms of we have an R3 and an R3A zone that's proposed, the R3 being a bit more of a smaller scale and locationally more sort of adjacent to those inner neighborhood areas, but looking at, you know, what would be appropriate in those locations. There is a lot of discussion around the commercial and retail availability, so I would say that going forward, that will certainly be an important component, is what is appropriate in terms of commercial in those proposed zones, and then locationally ensuring that, you know, we're not just evaluating the larger corridors, but the evaluation encompasses, you know, the entire neighborhood. So.
Yeah, and I think that, thank you for addressing that in potentially the R3 and R4 zoning. I'm thinking about large swaths of the Ward 4 neighborhood where we are strictly residential. And growing up, there would have been a corner store that was a converted house that would have taken the first floor, just gutted it and made it into a like a corner store bodega or anything to that effect. Because and again, on public record too, is that we have swaths of Ward 4 that are considered a food desert. There is no access to a supermarket. There are no access to any type of fresh foods. In fact, you do have to get in a car to actually drive over 1 kilometer away in order to get somewhere. So the idea of someone aging in place, they can't walk to the corner store anymore in order to access like a bag of milk. So I would like to also at some point in a future iteration look at what does that look like for some of the smaller residential lots, because a mid-rise mixed use density is that, but we don't have a lot of that existing in Ward 4. So how do we go about thinking more holistically about how we are aging in place and how families are moving into these residential neighborhoods? And then again, this comes back to, actually my next question will be for Director Hollingworth, is around parking. Because if we're trying to look at being alternative and thinking about getting people to buy their very needs, but yet again, Ward 4 is in an existing neighborhood that doesn't have a ton of parking. We don't have driveways. So getting to my next question, sorry, Alana, but getting to my next question for Director Hollingworth is that I see on slide slide 44, which is future work, the options for elimination of residential boulevard parking program, so front yard parking. In Ward 4, houses are very small and very close together. Many of them do not have driveways, so there's no opportunity to park on the lot, so people have to park on the street. So how does this potentially work for existing areas like Ward 4 where we just don't have a lot of parking options? What does that look like?
Yeah, through the chair. So a couple points is, one is, as noted, this isn't about zero parking. So presumably the developments would respond to the localized parking conditions and options, and that's not always the case. And so some of the responses, people seek out other alternatives. We did introduce the idea of revisiting that our existing policy for boulevard parking from a number of perspectives. One is it actually reduces the amount of on-street parking. So if you provide a parking space on your lawn, generally it takes up 2 spaces on the street. Yeah. So it's counterproductive. And the other is obviously in terms of the environmental impacts and kind of goes against the greening. But we do need a little bit more time to look at that policy and the conditions that you referenced.
Okay. Just to a supplemental to that, through you, Chair, on Parkdale Avenue, where it's abutting a major street, there is absolutely no parking on Parkdale. But where the houses have shifted and changed is that they have like a ramp and parking is underneath the house. So how does that work in this existing context today? should there be a single-family home that gets built in this new sort of residential context, is that an opportunity to also address some parking, but also good built form? I'm just asking as a question, because we already have some of these homes already that are like that.
Yeah, through the chair, somebody may be more of an expert on those older style ramps. I don't believe they're actually
Yeah, I don't think anybody builds like that
permitted anymore.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, but they do detract from the street environment. So yeah, it comes back to what is the right amount and form of parking for the specific development.
So is that a weird loop or gap that we may want to revisit at some point, the idea of incorporating parking onto a residential lot? And is that allowed in our existing new scheme that we have here?
Through the chair to the councillor. So the guidelines are specifically providing guidance on a multiplex sort of development concept. So you're speaking more to replacing with a new single, is that, yeah, and so there is, I believe, and I'm going to look to Manager Shannon Mackay about that specific regulation regarding those slope driveways.
Through the chair, Shannon Mackay, Manager of Zoning and Committee of Adjustment, there are regulations in the parking section that restrict that kind of reverse grade driveway for parking. So it's not an option for new development to occur with that reverse slope grade.
It was just something that I immediately had a weird brainwave while we were watching this presentation, thinking about Parkdale Avenue and those existing homes that are there. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, just hoping to link this really exciting initiative to our stated housing goals. We want to, or rather, we've pledged to put forth 47,000 new units in the city by 2031. In phase 1 and 2, looking at 120,000 plus units or like buildings have already been looked at. Phase 3, do we have a number of dwellings that will be included in that? And no worries if not, because it hasn't actually started, but just wondering if we have that number. Or am I correct in assuming that if 120 is 75%, then I can do that math? Is that the right kind of way to think about this?
Yeah, so we are looking at, sorry, through the chair to the councillor, that the phase 1 and phase 2 is around that 100,000 mark. So we would be looking at the remaining properties to be brought in at around 32,000, and there will be, you know, further evaluations and processes. There's going to be some agriculturally zoned lands that will be brought in that will bring that number up. Obviously, there's also some lands where they're going to be subject to a mid-rise residential zone analysis as well. But those are general numbers of what has been brought forward and is to come.
Thank you. And again, not that any of us are suggesting we do this, but saying that we built no height, no towers, no high density, and we wanted to meet our pledge 100% in our low density residential zones that we've just had. Am I doing the math right in the sense that if we have about 150,000 units, using that rough number between all 3 phases, if just 1 in every 3 properties went to a duplex, not a triplex, not a fourplex, just 1 in every 3 single family homes was a duplex by 2031, we're getting on track to do that. So that's not, to me, I guess, if I was here and I was going, oh, everyone on my street's suddenly going to be a 3-plex or a 4-plex or a, you know, and it's going to change like that. Just trying to get that scope of this very, very ambitious housing target that we've set. Is every 3rd home becoming a duplex? And we've met that entire ambitious housing target. Not that that's how we're going to meet the target, but just seeking that is what we're talking about here.
So the chair to the councillor, yeah, we haven't, I don't have those sort of numbers on me of the, you know, ultimate potential here, but certainly given the number of overall properties we're dealing with, there is a substantial potential there. in terms of meeting future housing needs.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation and thank you for this really important work. I think it's so important that we give our neighbors this choice to be, when they're moving, when they're selling their home, have that choice to grow their neighborhoods and how that works, and spread some of that density out across our city so we can all benefit from that. So thank you. I think this is a really powerful report, and just that real potential that this unlocks is so exciting. Thank you.
All right, Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Chair Danko. Or sorry. I'm so used to Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah. Thanks for the presentation. I am really keen to endorse the general thrust, density, as a response to maintaining our urban boundaries, and particularly from an agricultural rural perspective, some of the intrusiveness there. We had, not that long ago, developers offering $200,000 an acre on rural zone properties, thinking they'd be able to develop it. Fortunately, we've sort of backed away from that. The other thing that stuck out for me was from my colleague, Councillor Wang, who made the connection between commercial interest and parking. My observation, which I just shared with her and she affirmed, is that as immigrants, particularly immigrants, very successfully transition into Canadian society, they often are the occupants of those little corner stores, whole family, with residents upstairs, and that is kind of the lifeblood of the community. And her concern about, I think, the senior having to drive a mile to get a quart of milk, or 2 miles or 3 miles or whatever. So it just highlights for me the care we need to take to make sure we understand that all these things are still connected. We can talk about diversity and wanting to affirm diversity and economic growth and maintaining small businesses and such to the cows come home, but unless we're actually taking steps to protect that, we can be in trouble. So it leads to my final question. You mentioned some figures in your presentation about percentages who responded, and I'm curious because I think I think I'm pretty safe ground here. I think there's when it comes to cars and travel and transit and that, there's a real divide between often between rural communities and the more identifiable downtown core. How many of the respondents to your survey were from? Do you have a breakdown of wards from, say, Ward 15?
Through the chair, we do. I don't have it memorized, but it is in Appendix H, and it would provide those breakdowns. I would hazard a guess that it's probably in Ward 15 it's probably a lower percentage, but I could be wrong. We get a lot of questions on parking in Ward 14, and I acknowledge that it may not be perfectly representative by population, and that's why we, as part of this whole process, we look at all of the inquiries we get, which are in the many thousands per year to the parking office, and take into some of those considerations as well when we're adopting these standards. And that's kind of where one of the reasons why we ended up with that geographic-based approach to reflect those unique characteristics.
That's good. I don't automatically conclude that a particular group that might be more inclined to respond to a survey or come out to a public meeting or whatever necessarily reflects the community. There are other tests that we need to take there, and if the only people that are responding to a survey like yours are those who are predominantly dependent on transit, you get a skewed picture is the point I want to make. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. I don't see any others on the speakers list, so we'll need a motion to receive the presentation. And thank you again very much, both Lena and Brian. Councillor McMeekin to move. Councillor Wang. And Huang. There's the vote. Councillor Beattie, are you able to vote, please? To receive the presentation? Yes. Thumbs up. That carries unanimously. So, committee, just want to check in. We're in the middle of a public meeting. I'd suggest that we continue through the delegations, close the public meeting, and then we can take a lunch break. Sound good? Seeing some heads nod. Okay. So we do have some registered delegations. I see 6 on the roadmap here. First, we have Brian Sibley from Hamilton East Kiwanis Nonprofit Homes. Come on down. Just getting a presentation set up. All right, we'll just get your microphone turned on, Brian. But welcome, and once the microphone's on, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Brian Sibley. I'm Executive Director of Hamilton East Kiwanis Nonprofit Homes. Today I'm specifically talking about the staff report today in terms of residential low-density residential zoning. Specifically, I'm looking at R1A zones. Kiwanis Homes is a registered charitable not-for-profit organization. We have been in operation in Hamilton since 1982. We operate approximately 1,100 units of social housing in the region. We are one of the largest rental property owners in Wards 3 and Ward 7. We set a goal 5 years ago to create 1,000 units of affordable housing in Hamilton by 2028. We currently have 677 units completed or in progress, representing a current total investment of $218 million. We're pretty aware that we're currently experiencing a housing supply crisis in our country. Starting in 2020, Canada experienced persons entering the housing market at a rate almost 3 times higher than the previous 20 years. 1.25 million persons entered the housing market at Q3 of 2020. This increase in housing supply demand is expected to increase for the foreseeable future. It's no surprise that this increase in demand nationally has resulted in a 22% increase in the average rents of persons entering the housing market from December 2021 to December 2023. This increase in rent is primarily, the impact of this increase in rent is primarily experienced by low-income persons and persons experiencing financial insecurity. So how are we responding as a country? You can see that as of April 2023, the primary response has been to create intensification through the building of condominiums and apartments. You can see on the right side of the screen that almost 2/3 of the new builds in the country have been higher density apartment rentals and condominiums. Most of those have been 1- and 2-bedroom units. Oops, you can see that the blue is condominiums and the orange above is purpose-built rentals. What we are proposing is to expand on that middle area there. We call it the missing middle, which consists of semi-detached, row houses, and multiplex, exactly what the staff were reporting today. Okay. Hamilton's social housing providers currently operate a substantive number of single-family dwellings in the lower city. The black line going east to west is the LRTB line. The black line going north to south is the future A line. Hamilton East Kiwanis alone operates 200 units that are designated along that area. Ontario Aboriginal Housing Services operates approximately 150 single-family homes. City Housing Hamilton in that area operates approximately 80 homes. That's over 400 social housing units that are low-density single-family dwellings along that LRTB line. Most of these homes are between 50 and 100 years old. Recent capital asset plans that we've completed on these homes suggest that we'll be spending a minimum of $100,000 to $150,000 in capital repairs on each of those homes. Our proposal is to look at those units as an opportunity for intensification. So our proposal is that we support the staff report to allow for the intensification of existing properties that you've seen on the previous slide up to a creation of fourplexes. We feel that as a right of conversion to fourplexes will increase supply by 300% for the houses that are allocated to this project. As all the properties are currently owned and mortgage-free, there are no costs associated with the acquisition of this land. As a right conversion to fourplexes will facilitate housing construction in less than a year. The gentle increase in density will preserve neighborhood character and not overtax existing infrastructure, and 100% of the units created will have non-market rents, 25% being deeply affordable, 75% of the units will be 2 or 3 bedroom units. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Perfect timing. I'm looking around to see if there are any speakers. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Brian, for your delegation. And how does this also align with Kiwanis's future strategy of also building more affordable housing units for rent to own or at some point like ownership? How does this potential new sort of zoning will help with your future strategy? Because I know when you came in front of council in the past, you've talked about a very aggressive and very exciting opportunity of finding more affordable housing. So how does this align with that?
Okay. Through the chair. Well, quite frankly, this is a pivot. That what we're looking at is that this recommendation provides an opportunity to reevaluate our previous intensification process, which we thought was, fundamentally gentrifying the neighborhoods, and that the exploration that we've had in terms of costing suggests that these are probably cheaper to build than some of the original plans. They're lower density, and they're lower cost simply because we already own the land. So there's no acquisition. So we're exploring this. As long as the infrastructure is in place, as long as you do your part, we'll do our part.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your delegation today, and those are all my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. I'm not seeing any other speakers. Thank you very much, Brian. Appreciate your delegation. Next on our list, Michelle Diplock, West End Home Builders Association. Back for a second day in a row. Welcome, Michelle. We're just setting up a presentation, it looks like. All right, and we'll get your microphone turned on, and you know the process. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of Planning Committee, staff, and members of the public. My name is Michelle Diplock, and I represent the West End Home Builders Association. I'm also joined by my colleague, Anthony Salemi, and today we're delegating regarding the residential zones project, the parking standards update, and the neighborhood infill design guidelines. I'd like to start by thanking city staff and members of council for their work to update Hamilton's residential zones and parking standards. I want to emphasize this is a really big deal for the future of our city. As you all know, and I won't go through this too quickly or too slowly, West End Home Builders Association is the voice of the land development, new housing, and professional renovation industries in Hamilton, Burlington, and Grimsby, and we have about 300 member companies. I'm going to pass it over to Anthony to take you through the meat of our presentation.
Thank you, Michelle. So overall, WHBA is supportive of the policies put forward here and believe that they are an improvement over existing policies. At the same time, WHBA encourages the city to move forward with bolder policies in the future to permit further as-of-right multiplex development within neighborhoods and consider some industry concerns. WHBA is very supportive of the city's initiative to update the city's parking standards through parking minimum eliminations and reductions. By doing so, the city allows developers to be more flexible in providing parking to meet market needs and allows more residents to purchase or rent a unit without a costly parking space attached. WHBA has long supported parking minimum elimination through previous communications with the city and appreciates the city's collaboration with the city and appreciates the city's initiative on this issue. Through this, the city is delivering on its commitments to sustainability, improving housing supply and affordability, and facilitating compact intensification. WHBA requests that the city apply the new parking standards to all former municipal bylaws for consistency. Our members have concerns regarding the 100% EV-ready requirement for residential development. Builders are already facing issues from Electra due to a lack of servicing capacity for new development. To provide EV-ready spaces, developers must design buildings for maximum load requirements, which Electra would not be able to accommodate for a larger development with 100% EV-ready parking. As a result, it is not feasible or practical for all spaces to be EV-ready at this time. It was also understood that consultation on the Sustainable Development Guidelines was considering lower percentages for EV-ready or equipped spaces. WHBA requests that this aspect of the parking standards be reevaluated, subject to further dialogue with the industry and Electra, and an understanding of how this ties into the draft Sustainable Development Guidelines. WHBA is supportive of the city's work to finalize zoning bylaw 05200 and the streamlining and consolidation of permissions for low-density residential. By moving to reduce exclusionary zoning, the city will help to facilitate further housing supply through new multiplex development. WHBA appreciates that some industry concerns have been addressed, such as the use of an average setback regulation for front yard setbacks. However, WHBA has some outstanding technical concerns that are listed above. While the proposed zoning regulations are an improvement, WHBA believes there is an opportunity to facilitate more as-of-right multiplex development through further liberalization of zoning regulations, as these requirements may make intensification on certain sites difficult. WHBA is also concerned that the transition clauses exclude active zoning bylaw amendment applications. This is a serious concern for applicants who have ZBA applications in the pipeline who will be required to modify their applications. Regarding the neighborhood infill design guidelines, WHBA has concerns about the emphasis on massing, existing built form, height, transitions, setbacks, angular planes, and landscape areas and waste storage policies. Such policies impact the ability of developers to provide needed units, as they're often difficult to fulfill in their entirety. Combined with the proposed zoning regulations, the design guidelines may add difficulty to constructing livable units. Some flexibility is required for design creativity on smaller infill sites. The guidelines may affect environmental performance, reduce the number of lots where multiplexes are feasible, and do not serve to satisfy issues regarding perceived overlook. As stated, Hamilton's neighborhoods are important for accommodating a more equitable distribution of growth. WHBA appreciates that the intention of compatibility is not to mean the same as or being similar to, and that guidelines are not regulations. However, the design guidelines as written do not fulfill this intention. As the city seeks to accommodate Hamilton's projected growth through an 80% intensification rate, neighborhoods will need to change to accommodate higher levels of multiplex development. WHBA encourages the city, through the city's monitoring of implementation and further reviews, to consider refinement to the zoning regulations and design guidelines to create further opportunities for gentle density. WHBA appreciates that the city is moving to permit up to fourplexes in most secondary plan areas, but remains concerned as to why certain secondary plan area policies will remain unchanged. We would appreciate further dialogue on this issue, as we believe the province has made it clear on the permissions for duplexes and triplexes. WHBA looks forward to the next phase of the residential zones project and future engagement opportunities. Michelle and I are able to answer any questions of the committee.
Thank you very much, Michelle and Anthony. Looking to see if there are any speakers. Councillor Danko, go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the general support from the Home Builders Association on what's before us, and definitely appreciate your recognition of how substantial of a change this is. The one question I have is the concern about the EV chargers. I really don't understand the objection to this. So a current, I believe, minimum code standard for an electrical connection is 100 amp service. So that's not going to change. And any EV charger would be operating within the minimum code service standard that's already in place. So the only thing that's required in the bylaw requirements is, the PVC conduit to make sure that that hookup can actually be connected. So I don't really follow what the objection is.
Sure. If I may start through the chair to the councillor, we have, and this was something that we'd started to talk through with the city as we were working on the Sustainable Development Guidelines, where as builders are currently proposing EV hookups, we are encountering challenges with the utility in order to actually be able to hook up the current market demand, which is about 15 to 20%. And so part of the challenge with what's being kind of put forward before council today is that when our members are going to propose existing EV hookups, they're encountering service capacity constraints from the utility. And so what we're really looking for is further ongoing dialogue between the city and Electra, as well as the Home Builders Association, to facilitate kind of how do we make those requirements actually work. And I know there was a comment earlier about how the cost is only about $20. I did get a comment from one of my members. It's about more of a $5,000 ask in terms of all of the supporting infrastructure that needs to go into it in terms of the transformer rooms, all of that goes into a development box. So we're not entirely opposed to the introduction, and I think we, as an industry, are expecting that this will need to kind of continue to be implemented, but the quick transition from what we're already building at about 15% and not currently able to service to the 100% requirement, with the kind of concern that Electra can't meet current market projections for electricity demand, is a big shift, and we're worried that as we go through, developers will not be able to, so we're paying to install these chargers, but they're not able to be hooked up to the electrical grid because the grid capacity doesn't exist. And so you're kind of, the future home buyers overpaying for the parking space without being able to hook up to the servicing. And so that is kind of our challenge, and we were kind of hoping that council might be able to kind of consider that, because what we don't want to see is we don't want builders needing to go in for a minor variance to reduce the EV charging requirements when it's not actually something that can actually be built. So that, I hope that helps to answer your question.
It does, and I appreciate the attention to this issue, and maybe that's further discussion with staff, but I have a hot tub that uses more energy than my entire house, and Electra hasn't said, well, we don't have the capacity to service your hot tub. So it would be the exact same thing. So maybe that's a question we'll further explore further. As you said, some additional dialogue is required.
Do you mind if I respond through the chair? Yeah, I think part of the challenge, kind of comparing hot tubs to cars, is I don't think that to install a hot tub in your kind of unit or your house, you're required to get approval and hookups through the utility. So you don't actually need to go ask Electra for permission to plug that thing in. But when you're doing a new build, new development, you do. And so that is kind of where we're encountering challenges. And I think there is great benefit to bringing together the city, the industry, and Electra for these discussions. It is critical that we get this kind of on the right path. And we have been working through the City of Burlington's Sustainable Development Committee, not the wrong name, but they have a kind of ongoing coordination with the EV manufacturers, the development industry, and their utility. They work through Burlington Hydro, that we work together to figure out what the servicing capacity is, understanding where the industry is headed, and kind of what the grid capacity demands are. So that's kind of our concern there.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other speakers, thank you very much for your delegation. We'll move on to Glenn Davies, an in-person delegation. Hello, Glenn. Come on down. Hello, Glenn. Welcome. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes. You'll hear a ding at the 4-minute mark to remind you you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Committee, I read through the agenda documents, and these refer to the pages that are in the agenda documents. So on page 203, where they talk about the setback from the front line, they talk about having a flexible setback, but only in the downtown area of Hamilton, north of the escarpment. I feel that that flexible should be applied throughout the whole city. I live on Brucedale Avenue, which is up on the mountain, and the majority of the houses on my street have about a 3-meter setback. So having a 6-meter setback requirement makes that any new developments that they're set back from the rest of the street line. In addition, the city has a 1.2-meter side lot setback. There's areas near where I live where the houses are very small houses on very small lots, and they have almost no setback. The eaves troughs are almost touching, so I think the side lot setbacks need to be flexible as well in redevelopments. As far as page 524, which is the general parking regulations, this section talks about what you can park in your driveway. And I don't think that the city should be regulating that. The driveways are owned by the property owners, and whether they have a commercial vehicle, a trailer, an RV vehicle, or a shipping container, that should be their choice to park in it. This particular part of the bylaw is not enforced unless there is actually an anonymous complaint from somebody else in the city. My recommendation is that this part of the bylaw should be removed. People should be entitled to park it. As well, anonymous bylaw complaints shouldn't be allowed. If the neighbors have a conflict over something that's going on in the property, then I feel that the neighbors should discuss it themselves rather than making an anonymous complaint. And as far as the minimum landscape area, which is page 204, it mentions maintaining existing drainage patterns, except that Hamilton is a hilly city, and where I live, the existing drainage patterns were established when the houses were built 80 to 100 years ago. And nowadays, you can't maintain the existing drainage patterns because the drainage patterns then were the water flowed where water flowed. So nowadays we have a requirement for catch basins. I just built a new house and had to put a catch basin in. But if a number of houses all develop, we're going to have catch basins in everybody's backyard. And I think the city needs to come up with a different solution. Thank you. That's all my comments.
Thank you, Glenn. Just checking to see if there are any speakers. Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your delegation. Next, Chris Ritzma, in person. Hello, Chris.
Hi.
Whenever you're ready.
Perfect.
So thank you for having me and the other delegates to Planning Committee today. I hope you've read my letter attached to this item, as it touches on some of the items that I plan to speak on today. Hamilton, Ontario, and Canada is in the midst of a historic housing crisis, and in my mind and in the minds of many others, not one solution is a silver bullet. We're dealing with a complex issue that is decades in the making, and we're likely doing too little too late. I also think that the proposed changes likely don't go far enough in addressing exclusionary policies that have illegally mandated where certain types of housing, and by extension, where certain types of people can live. They continue to be too restrictive on certain elements. Now, that being said, the changes brought forward today are a great starting point. They represent a positive change for taxpayers, residents, and the environment. They simplify much of the zoning bylaw, reducing the number of variances and therefore reduce costs for new development, both market and social. Hamilton residents saw a historic tax increase despite using reserves to cover much of the increased costs. This will only continue to get worse as the city contends with too much infrastructure built without the tax base to support it. The proposed changes increase the efficiency of our city, allowing existing infrastructure to be utilized by new residents who will also add to the pot of tax money. The City of Ottawa had a study conducted that showed infill reduces residents' property tax bills while sprawl increases these costs. Less restrictive zoning also means less staff time reviewing minor changes and working through plans to get them adjusted or denied. This will reduce administrative costs and allow staff to work on more important items in the city. As a resident, I want these changes because I think of my grandparents being able to downsize into an apartment as they aged while staying in their neighborhood. They were able to go to the same grocer and see the same people. This was important for them because they only spoke Sicilian. If they had to move outside their community, they would have been isolated, and additionally, they didn't drive, so a parking space would have been using up their valuable retirement fund. These changes also make it easier for affordable housing to be built, as city housing and nonprofit developers contend with the same zoning bylaws as for-profit housing. A mix of market and non-market housing are key to providing the supply needed to both affordable homes and market homes for those who can afford them to reduce displacement. An example of why this is important is the recently proposed Corktown Plaza redevelopment. It was recently submitted to reduce the parking stalls from a legally mandated ratio of 0.55 to 0.33, because despite selling over 60% of the Phase 1 units, they've only sold 8% of the parking. When the true cost of parking is made clear, many choose to forego it when there are alternatives available. Structured parking stalls can cost in the tens of thousands of dollars each, depending on the context, and the Corktown estimates that their per stall cost is $124,000 each. One wonders how many housing projects have not even made it to staff because it was so clear at the outset that Hamilton's restrictive zoning made the project not financially viable. On the other side, some developers have proposed more than the minimum in places they feel parking is essential, and this further shows that perhaps the market is better suited to determine the parking needs in a community. They must balance profit with parking demand, and Corktown shows that demand is too low, while other developments show that the demand is higher in other areas and propose more than the minimum. For the environment, the proposed changes mean more sustainable growth can occur. This will encourage the city's own plan to increase the number of people taking transit and cycling. The parking standards changes require additional electrical vehicle charging spaces as well as bicycle parking. This not only provides residents with transportation options, but it also is key to impacting the climate emergency declared by the city. This policy and this term of council will be seen as an inflection point. Those who pushed for housing reform, backed affordable housing over parking spots, and proposed solutions and voted in favor of policies like this and the vacant housing tax will be seen on the right side of history. Please allow housing to be built. The reforms proposed today have been well designed through the hard work of staff, and the public has been engaged and support them. This is one of the most important changes that will come before this term of council, and they will have far-reaching effects for the next century. This is one step among many, not a silver bullet, and our work on housing policy ends with every Hamiltonian in a home that they can afford.
Thank you very much, Chris. Taking a look around to see if there are any speakers. Councillor Wang.
Thank you for your delegation today, and I wanted to get a sense from you. When you took a look at this policy, were there any gaps that you thought we ought to be really looking at?
So one of the things that I'm not necessarily an expert, and probably the other developers and stuff would be better suited to speak to this, but there's still a lot of restrictions, as I mentioned, and I think one of the things that was missing for me was a testing of these proposed changes. So to me, it's not clear that these proposed changes would actually have an impact at reducing costs and time for a lot of developments that have already been proposed. There's been many things that have gone to the Committee of Adjustment and been before this committee that have cost time, been declined, had to go back to the drawing board, that have spent a lot of time and money, sometimes being canceled. And I don't know that it's clear to the public, and maybe staff can speak to this later when you're asking them questions, but I don't know that the changes proposed here have been tested against existing proposals to see if they've actually reduced the time and cost for those developments. Maybe they have, and if so, great. But if not, then I think that should be done, and I think it should be reviewed at a later date to ensure that these changes are doing what they plan to do.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Again, thank you for your delegation today. Those are all my questions.
Okay, not seeing any other speakers. Thank you again, Chris. Appreciate your presentation. Next up, we have Anna Marie Emily, which I believe is a virtual.
Chair, I do not see her, and I have sent a message to tell her to log in, so maybe we can move on to the next.
Okay, yeah, we have one more, and then we can do a quick check. Okay, Adeola Egbiemi from Environment Hamilton, an in-person delegation. Good afternoon, Adeola. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure if we have really dwelled upon the impact of the public consultation process from the urban boundary expansion back in the fall. So today I want to draw a point between that and this today. So Environment Hamilton today is in support of the proposed amendments to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, as well as the changes to the zoning bylaws that are being made as well. As a lot of the written delegations went into, this will add a lot of urgent and important changes to different parts of urban planning policy. For example, decreasement in sprawl-based infrastructure, such as car harms, social isolation, as well as positive impacts to transit, especially through the allowance of fourplex and triplex buildings. However, the part that also I think could be looked at from an angle is the political congruence that this adds to the city. I believe that in the province of Ontario, there's sort of a reimagining going on in terms of what building housing looked like. And in Hamilton, part of that reimagining was the vocal and vehement rejection of an urban boundary expansion in the city. What that looked like, let's think back on it. 500 people in that building, some that couldn't even get in, 10s that couldn't get in. And then moving to the fairgrounds, where usually it's hosted for massive trade shows, and that space was filled with the majority of folks very much stating not only that they didn't want that urban boundary expansion, but also that they believed that there was the ability to build and address our housing needs within the lands that we have in Hamilton. I believe that implicit within that statement is community putting trust in the city of Hamilton, that they would then continue to do the work to make that building housing available and possible and sustainable. So there is a link between that and this, and community is on that side. So another reason that I want to touch on this is because the dust from the urban boundary may not have settled. Just a couple weeks ago, there was a report from the Building Industry and Land Development Association that said that the decision to reverse that Greenbelt expansion in October would quadruple the housing crisis. So I believe the city of Hamilton needs to be able to prove that we can build up and not out, and that in addition to the environmental and social benefits that this will add, if and when the province comes looking at Hamilton, we can point to the affordable and sustainable housing that we have not only zoned into allowance, but also have built. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Adeola. Councillor Kretsch has a question.
So a couple years ago, there was a group of volunteers, some of them are in the room today, who just kind of went around the city of Hamilton on a map and found thousands of spots where we could intensify. Most of them were parking lots, other paved kinds of spaces. And some of those things will come from right now we might have, for instance, a Tim Hortons on a parking lot that's one story. At some point, that Tim Hortons will need to be rebuilt. When we rebuild it, we could do something to ensure that there's residences above that and ground floor retail. And so that's kind of a hopeful vision for how we can intensify inside the existing urban boundary. My question for you is about how you see this fitting in now to that future, right? I think that there's a lot of potential. How does this plan get us there?
I can speak to my perspective as a young person. I think that's important to tap into because even in talking about my delegation to friends who automatically have a sort of pessimistic nature, I went, no, this is a good thing that's happening. And they go, oh, what, really? And I'm like, yeah, I'm really excited to delegate. And so the importance of changes like this in inspiring hope that there will be an option between a condominium or a single-family home in the future is really important for the narrative aspect of it as well.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other speakers. Thank you very much, Adiola. Really appreciate it. Okay, those were all our registered delegates. So as we are in a public meeting, I will ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting. Oh, did our other delegate who wasn't there, are they online?
No, I do not see them, but I believe there is a virtual floor. Glenna, he's here and he would like to speak.
Okay. Yeah, so the name was?
David Filetta.
David Filetta. Okay, thank you. David, are you there?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of committee. My name is David Filetta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bousfields. And we're planning consultants to numerous developers across the city. So I will be brief, and I will try not to be repetitive. As I know you've worked through your lunch and you are probably all ready for a snack at a minimum. So I'm here to speak to this item, and I'm very supportive of staff's ability to advance lots of really great initiatives, policy initiatives for the city. I have a couple of concerns that I'd like to raise. The first concern is regarding Appendix A, which is the draft official plan amendment. And what we're looking for here is just some additional flexibility in the policy framework. Currently, the policy, specifically B2322K, adds the infill design guidelines as a policy requirement. We're supportive of adding it. We just are looking for some additional policy framework that makes it a little bit more flexible because they are guidelines, because they can be changed at any time. We think that they should have a policy framework that identifies them as a guideline. So having the words generally and where feasible added to the policy, we think will be helpful, because I don't think that the guidelines generally address all of the site-specific circumstances that exist. So we're not looking to amend the official plan in order to conform to the guidelines. So that's the first concern. The second concern is regarding the R2 zones. Again, we're very supportive of staff modernizing the zoning. I am very appreciative of the wording that staff has used in terms of modernizing it to prevent exclusionary zoning. I think it's a really great way to capture and summarize some of the concerns with the zoning that exists across the neighborhoods in the city. But the one concern I do have is we appreciate that you've added sort of a range of housing options like semi-detached and street townhouses, as well as triplexes and quadruplexes. However, you maintained large lots for singles, which in our opinion is counterintuitive to what the intent of that bylaw is. So, you can have a single in this zone, but it has to be 60 feet wide or 18 meters. But you can also have a street townhouse, and that can be as narrow as 6 meters. So all we're asking for is some more flexible zoning standards to allow for thinner lots. We think that's provides for an added level of flexibility, and we think that it would add for and allow for intensification in these areas, not just in the form of street towns, but also in smaller singles. The last two items, and I'll try not to be repetitive. We're very supportive of staff's recommendations as it relates to the parking regulations, and similar to the concerns identified by the WHBA, we are a bit concerned, or our clients are a bit concerned about the EV requirements, electrical vehicle parking requirements. So we'd like a little bit of extra time to work with staff and the industry experts to ensure that we're not adding a cost to these parking spaces, which would then, increase the unaffordability of some of these housing products. So just looking for a little bit of extra time to make sure that we get it right. I'll also add that as an example, the City of Toronto's Toronto Green Standards and their zoning bylaw only requires that 25% of all required parking be EV ready, just as a comparison. So again, we're just looking for some additional time to work with staff. And then finally, we're also supportive of the WHBA issues and concerns that they raised regarding the guidelines. I think it needs a little bit more work. We do appreciate that they have a really good first draft. We're just looking for some additional flexibility for these standards, because we know that it's hard to capture every single site-specific circumstance, but we're looking for a little bit more flexibility as it relates to transitions and landscape areas. We think that there's an ability to meet the objectives of the policies, as well as create a framework that allows for the growth of the city and the intensification of these areas. So those are my comments and concerns. I'll be following up with a letter, and I apologize for not getting it before today, but it will be before this item gets to council. So thank you.
Thanks very much, David. Any questions? Not seeing any? Okay, so I will ask again, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Not seeing any. Okay, then may I have a mover and seconder that the public submissions regarding this matter were received and considered by the committee, and two, that the public meeting will be closed. Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Wang. We'll get that vote up. That carries unanimously. And now I'll look for a motion to take a break until, let's say, 2 o'clock. Councillor Taddison. Elsie Kelsey, you can't move that. Councillor Kretsch.
Sorry, for 30 minutes?
To 2 o'clock. That carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. Resuming the Planning Committee meeting. We are on item 10.4, and we are at the staff report. So we'll need a mover and seconder to put the staff report on the floor, please. Councillor Cretch, Councillor Wang. Are there any questions? I think there will be. Councillor Cretch is first.
Mine were comments. Are those permissible at this time?
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't have any questions. I've read everything and talked to staff, and thanks for that, and listened to the delegations. I just want to say this is a big opportunity for our city, and especially downtown. We talk about different zoning impacts. We talk about parking minimum impacts. All of this is going to help us to meet the demands we have for building and growing our city, but also it's going to help us to do that in ways I think that make sense finally. There are a lot of spots already in Ward 2 where many of these zoning changes are already a reality. People are already doing these things, and frankly, some of them have been doing it for like 30 years. So we're catching up in some places. But parking is going to continue to be a struggle and a stress, and I get that. But like the very first place I moved here, 0 parking available, right? I don't have a car. I can't tell you how much I appreciated that as an option and a possibility. And we're seeing a lot of the downtown spaces where people are wanting to develop. They're not selling anywhere near our parking minimums. So just really appreciate this work. Glad it's going to move forward. I think it's important that we hurry up and do it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cretch. Councillor Wang.
Thank you. For the most part, I have no real questions as it relates to the report, but there was a couple of comments around EV stuff, which then prompted my brain to continue down this whole rabbit hole of what about our green building standards? What about energy generation? Are all of those permitted? I don't know, so I wanted to ask that question.
Who would like to handle that?
It's Shannon Mackay, Manager of Zoning and Committee of Adjustment. I don't know if I had to say that again. But with regards to the green building standards, the city has been working away on those, the development of those in alignment with the upcoming mid-rise residential zoning. It has gone through a series of consultation efforts, and we'll have one final public consultation sometime in March. But the development of these zones here today have kind of gone as far as they can to implement what we've seen come out of those discussions through the green building standards in an effort to start to implement the direction that we're going with the green building standards, albeit not approved yet, but as a best practice and an evaluation across the cities. Brian might be able to add to that in terms of the actual EV standards, but we took this opportunity to just start implementing where we could the green building standards directions. With regard to your energy generation question, could you clarify what you're looking for there?
I think that houses are always going to want, or we might have some homeowners that might want to put solar on their roofs, or they might want to add some level, I don't know. Energy generation is kind of a evolving sort of area, and because we know that the independent electricity operator is already asking for more energy generation from, say, municipalities or from different groups, are we trying to be a little more flexible as energy demand is shifting, and whether homeowners would be able to leverage any of those programs within our existing zoning and bylaw?
Through the chair, we've really tried to make these efforts in the zoning bylaw to remove barriers to that kind of effort, and certainly we'll see that with the green building standards coming through, but there's nothing in the zoning bylaw at the moment that would preclude any kind of energy generation from a private household.
Okay, perfect. I have no more questions. I'm generally in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Danko, and I've put myself on the list.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. Overall, this is the second phase of this ongoing process to upgrade and modernize our residential neighborhood zoning standards to meet modern needs. So I am very supportive in general. As I stated earlier, I think the most important component of this is the design guidelines and making sure that we're holding what development does occur to the best quality standards possible, because that is the part where we can point to good quality development and good quality infill. So when residents are concerned, which they absolutely will be, about parking and traffic and intensification and more neighbors and all the things that go along with infill development, that we have those good examples of development that we can point to and say, you know, to be able to honestly say, this is a good thing for your neighborhood. This is, you know, an amenity to the community. And I think what we have really does that. My only outstanding question is on the question that I get asked a lot is how many units per lot are permitted? And it gets a little complicated when it's, you know, duplex, triplex, quadplex, secondary dwelling unit, detached secondary dwelling unit. So the answer is usually, well, it depends, but just that basic question, how many units are allowed per lot? What is the answer?
Through the chair to the councillor. So to simplify that down, it is 4 dwelling units on a lot. Now, depending on, so if it's a lot that's in an R1, R1A, or R2 zone, that could be through various combinations of building forms, could be so triplex, conversion, additional dwelling units. If it's in a zone a low density residential zone that hasn't been brought into 05200 yet, that ultimate 4 dwelling unit still applies, but it would be through conversion of an existing dwelling, the opportunity to have a detached additional dwelling unit. So it's 4 dwelling units on a property.
Perfect. Thank you.
Next, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you very, very much to all the staff who had a hand in getting us to this point. I'm very supportive of the recommendations. The history of housing is sadly a history of exclusion. We have used infrastructure and housing to build neighborhoods where we let certain people in and we keep more people out. And we do this through the built form. The most perverse example, of course, of using infrastructure to keep people in and out was always that practiced by Robert Moses when he intentionally lowered the height of bridges going into Long Island to prevent people who use public transit to get to the island to enjoy the amenities. That's such a perverse expression of inclusion. Now we have a housing affordability crisis, which is excluding so many people from even shelter. And we're sadly seeing that in our parks and on our streets. There's a story in the Globe today which talks about Ontario is bleeding young minds, young workers, in large measure because of affordability issues. Our economic future depends on us doing 2 things. Making sure that every neighborhood, that anyone has an opportunity to live in any neighborhood, regardless of where that neighborhood is across this city. And the second is to ensure that we have a diversity of form that is within reach, depending on your income. And that's why these changes are so important. I agree with Councillor Danko's comments about the importance of urban design, but please let it be important all the time, everywhere, on everything, including these opportunities. So again, very supportive. Thank you very much to all of those who had a hand in this, and looking forward to the next phase of work. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I'll pass the chair to Councillor Wang. I have a couple of questions and some comments. It was already asked and answered, but I think it needs to be said again because there's confusion around the EV component here of being EV ready. So what I think Councillor Danko asked and was answered was, this is just about providing a rough-in. It's not anything else beyond that. So to Director Hollingworth.
Through the chair, there's various terms that are used, but I think rough-in is a very fair assessment. It does have to have the power to accommodate the chargers as they are needed. There's various ways to manage the load, distribute the load, so that not every vehicle has to be charging at the exact same time. For example, in a multi-residential dwelling unit. I would also note that 99.9% sure Toronto is now 100% electric vehicles for residential uses, save for a few exceptions. Waterloo, same, 100%. Richmond Hill, 100%. So cities are moving in that direction, and we want to be in the lines of best practices, but recognize that there probably are some supply challenges, as the industry has noted. And I think staff are very committed to trying to work through those. As suggested, a working group with Electra, ourselves, and the development industry, I think would be a great step.
Thank you. So the requirement in this recommendation is not to have EV chargers in 100% of spots, is to be ready to install them at some point in the future. Thank you. Second question is around parking. And there's a correspondence, I think it's Roman numeral 23 from Stephanie Murtich from MHBC Planning. There's an assertion in there that despite what the report is saying and has been commented that we're reducing parking minimums or eliminating them. In one case, there's an example provided in that correspondence saying that we're actually increasing parking minimums. So Director Hollingworth, if you could speak to that through the chair.
Through the chair, without making it too complicated, that letter references a number of, I won't call them exceptions, but unique circumstances. For example, in the old zoning bylaws, if your unit was less than 50 square meters or 500 square feet, it would be 0.3 spaces per unit. We've eliminated that for a number of reasons. And so that's where they were getting the lower rate. In 05-200, it also had reductions for developments in transit-oriented corridors. And we would note that, right now, a large portion, if not all, Sebastian, of the transit-oriented corridors are in the area with where we've eliminated minimum parking requirements. So I take the points in the letter, but I don't think it's that significant.
Right. Thank you very much for the clarification. And just to comment on parking changes, which I'm very supportive of. I think if Donald Shoup was here, he'd be very supportive. And if you know anything about parking, you know Donald Shoup. So if you don't, you should look him up. Just some general comments overall. Like others, I'm very supportive. This is, for the public, this is a continuation of changes from the previous term. This is not something new that's being decided in this term. This is a progression of very important work. And it's consistent with the frozen urban boundary decision. A lot of what this is a part of the missing middle, and more to come on the missing middle. And it's also about achieving our housing commitment, as Councillor Alex Wilson pointed out before. Adding these kinds of units into existing neighborhoods can go a long way to achieving our housing commitment. It's not going to be the only tool. There's many other things. There are towers being built in mid-rise density, but this can do a lot. It's also what many of us have campaigned on. I know personally for me, this was about gentle density, and that's exactly what's being delivered here. Just what are the benefits of this? Well, it's consistency. We're taking a whole bunch of bylaws, condensing them. We're taking a whole bunch of zones, dozens and dozens of zones, and I think putting them down into 3, which makes things simpler, which we've received feedback about making things simpler at City Hall. It's part of our term of council priorities. It's also been mentioned how this provides more housing options. Not everyone can follow the previous blueprint where you move out, you get married, and you buy a single detached home, which now is out of the reach. So having different kinds of housing options makes things more affordable. That's been said before. And also aging in place. There was an example from a delegate today about grandparents being able to age in place because of this kind of zoning and this kind of housing form. And I'll keep saying this, I've said it before, it also improves tax productivity. One of the biggest things we all hear is about high taxes. If we can get more tax productivity per acre, which is what this zoning will do, that's better for everybody because it reduces the tax burden on all of us. And finally, the other thing that we always hear about, I certainly hear about, is about traffic, traffic, traffic. We need more density in order to support fast and frequent transit. So that's what this is doing as well. The more people you get together in a neighborhood, the more supportive it can be for transit. So if we need a solution to traffic, we need to provide viable alternatives to driving in a single occupancy vehicle. So there's so many benefits to this. I'm fully supportive and really, really appreciate and thankful for the staff that have done this work. With that, I'll take the chair back. I'll also keep my mic on. We have a mover and seconder. Not seeing any further speakers, so we'll go to the vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. We are now moving on to discussion items. 11.1 is request for direction to proceed with appeal of Committee of Adjustment decision to approve consent application FLB 2001 and minor variance application FLA 20-04 for lands located at 177 Highway 8 Flamborough, which is in report PED 24043 in Ward 14. Do we want to see the staff presentation? No, if not, I'd need a mover and seconder.
We don't need them.
Oh, because it's not. Yep. Okay. So then to put the report on the floor, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Nan. Councillor Alex Wilson, go ahead.
Supportive of what staff have recommended. If they want to do an overview or anything like that, or if committee wants that, happy to go, but just want to let folks know, supportive of what staff have recommended, long-standing kind of back and forth on this site. Yeah.
So you'd like to hear a brief overview?
No, I'm saying I'm good to go.
Okay.
That's where I'm at. Also understand as the ward councillor, I may have been reading more ahead of this meeting than other committee members. If other committee members are ready to make a decision, I am.
Just need to mute somebody there. Looks like Councillor Francis. Okay, so no other speakers. We will go to the vote. That carries unanimously. Next is 11.2, request for direction to proceed with appeal of Committee of Adjustment decision to approve consent application FLB 2373 for lands located at 2050 Center Road, Flamborough. That's in report PED 24045 in Ward 15. Do we want to see the staff presentation? No? Okay, then I will just need a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor. Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Wilson, Alex Wilson. Any speakers? Not seeing any. We'll go to the vote. That carries unanimously 8-0. We're now on to 11.3, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 24-001. Would we like to see the staff presentation? Yes, please. And we have Emily Bent to give the presentation. All right, Emily, we'll get the microphone on and then you're good to go.
Good, okay. Good afternoon, Chair, Planning Committee members, and members of the public. I'm Emily Bent, one of the Cultural Heritage Planners in the Heritage and Urban Design section at the City of Hamilton. Today I'm presenting Staff Report PED 24007, which recommends that the property at 84 York Boulevard, known as Philpott Memorial Church, be designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The property is bound by York Boulevard to the south, Park Street north to the east, and Vine Street to the north, with commercial uses and social services located to the west side of the property. The site comprises a church building located at the intersection of York Boulevard and Park Street North, as well as a large parking lot located on the north side of the site at the intersection of Vine Street and Park Street North. The property is located within the central established historical neighborhood. The building was constructed in two initial phases in 1901 and 1906. The portion constructed in 1901 was initially known as the Gospel Mission and fronted onto Park Street North, as seen in the photo on the top right-hand side of the slide. The addition that sits at the intersection of York Boulevard and Park Street North was added to the south side of the 1901 building in 1906. Both were initially constructed of red brick. A smaller contemporary addition was added in the 1960s to the west, and the original brick masonry on the front and east sides are now clad in contemporary stone veneer with a cement-based mortar, which you can see on the left-hand side of the slide. The property was first surveyed for potential heritage interest in 2012 as part of the Inventory of Significant Places of Worship in the City of Hamilton. In September 2014, the subject property was listed on the Municipal Heritage Register as part of the Downtown Hamilton Built Heritage Inventory Project. In 2022, the City received formal consultation application FC 22-110 for demolition of the church and redevelopment of the site. In February 2023, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee received communication from a member of the public regarding the proposed redevelopment of 84 York Boulevard, prompting a motion from the committee requesting that staff review the subject property for designation. In March 2023, Cultural Heritage Planning staff conducted a site visit of the property and began conducting research to inform the Ontario 906 evaluation. On April 17, 2023, a notice was sent to the owner regarding staff's recommendation to designate. In October 2023, staff reviewed and provided feedback on the agent's draft of the Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment and Condition Assessment. In November 2023, Cultural Heritage staff met with the agent to inform them of staff's conclusions and intention to recommend designation. Staff also received a final submission, including an updated Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment, as well as a letter proposing an easement agreement as an alternative to designation, which is included in the alternative section of the staff report. Before proceeding with the heritage evaluation informing staff's recommendation to designate, I wanted to return to the development concept from the formal consultation to provide some additional planning context. FC 22-110 proposes demolition of the existing church to construct a new mixed-use building consisting of two 30-story towers above a 5-story podium with ground floor commercial uses along York Boulevard and Vine Street. The proposal includes 693 residential units. The property sits within the area of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, and is more specifically within the Downtown Hamilton Secondary Plan area. In this secondary plan, it's designated as downtown mixed use and also sits within the area that is slated for high rise, which permits up to 30 stories. The zoning on the property is Central Business District, the D1 zone, with holdings 17, 19, and 20 applying to the property. And according to the height map of zoning bylaw 05-200, the property can have a height of up to 94 meters. As summarized in the formal consultation document for FC 22-110, attached as Appendix J to this report, the development proposal for the subject property does not require an Urban Hamilton Official Plan amendment or zoning bylaw amendment, but it does require a holding provision removal for holdings 17, 19, and 20, a site plan control application, and a minor variance application to facilitate the proposal. This is a rendering of the proposed development concept for FC 22-110 for the subject property. And with this plan, there are proposed to be 693 residential units. In contemplating the development proposal, as well as reviewing the property for designation, staff considered the following documents: a letter from Armstrong Planning providing an overview of the submission and future redevelopment plans for the property, attached as Appendix E, a Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment, which includes a condition assessment, attached as Appendix F, a condition assessment addendum letter, which contemplates that the structure no longer performs as an efficient building envelope should the stone veneer be removed, attached as Appendix G, a letter titled Heritage Easement and Protection of Attributes, which informs the alternative to negotiate a heritage easement in lieu of designation, attached as Appendix H, a letter of support for redevelopment of 84 York Boulevard, from Philpott Church, attached as Appendix I, and formal consultation document FC 22-110 and its concept attached as Appendices J and K, respectively. After considering these documents, conducting site visits and research, staff completed an evaluation using Ontario Regulation 906, determining that the property met 8 of the 9 criteria for determining cultural heritage value or interest, determining that this was significant and warranted designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The property has design value because it is comprised of representative examples of the neoclassical and Romanesque revival styles of architecture. The 1901 northern portion of Philpott Memorial Church is a representative example of the Romanesque revival style, with the 1906 southern portion of the church being a representative example of the neoclassical architectural style. The 1969 addition on the west side of the property is contemporary in nature, and staff determined that it did not meet this design criteria, nor did it meet any other criteria based in Ontario Regulation 906. The property does display a high degree of craftsmanship, demonstrated by the two-story fluted ionic columns, which are made of stone, on the principal entrance of the 1906 structure. The property is not considered to demonstrate a high degree of technical or scientific achievement. The property has direct associations with the person of Peter Wiley Philpott and the organization of the Christian Workers Movement. Philpott began the Christian Workers Congregation, an independent, non-denominational church meant to serve and reach the working class in Ontario in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Philpott oversaw the construction of both the 1901 and 1906 structures due to rapid congregational growth. The property has potential to yield information that contributes to an understanding of the Christian Workers Movement, as the building was purpose-built for this growing congregation in 2 phases. The congregation had previously met in public or open spaces in order to appeal to those who didn't traditionally feel comfortable in churches. This was an important principle for the congregation to consider as they designed their first building. Given this resolution, the building may yield information that contributes to understanding this community of religious working-class people. The property reflects the work and ideas of prominent architect Charles Mills, who is significant to the Hamilton community, which is reflected in the 1906 portion of the church. The property has contextual value because it is important in defining and maintaining the character of the area surrounding the original market square, which is now represented by Hamilton Farmers Market. The property has contextual value because it is visually and historically linked to its surroundings. The property is located within the context of the remaining late 19th and early 20th century buildings in the area. The property has maintained its visual and historic connection to Market Square since its inception. Given the building's dramatic scale, including its 2-story portico, as well as its prominent location at the corner of York Boulevard and Park Street North downtown, this building is considered a local landmark. The full statement of cultural heritage value or interest is attached as Appendix B to this report. A summary is as follows. The property located at 84 York Boulevard, known as Philpott Memorial Church, is comprised of an early 20th century church building constructed between 1901 and 1906. The property has design value because it is comprised of representative examples of the neoclassical and Romanesque revival styles of architecture and displays a high degree of craftsmanship. The property has historical value for its association with Peter Wiley Philpott and the Christian Workers Movement because it has the potential to yield information that contributes to an understanding of the Christian Workers Movement and because it reflects the work of Charles Mills, a prominent Hamilton architect. The property also has contextual value because it is important in defining, maintaining the character of the area, is visually and historically linked to its surroundings, and is considered a local landmark. This is a summary of the heritage attributes, with a full list of attributes included as Appendix B to this report. Key attributes that embody the historical and physical value of the property as a representative example of the Romanesque revival style of architecture include front and side elevations and roof line of the circa 1901 portion of the building, which include its 2-story massing, its roof with a brick parapet, brick construction, central 3-bay frontispiece with a gabled roof, arched entry with half-round transom, the 2 bays of windows flanking the central frontispiece, and lugstone sills and continuous lugstone sills. Key attributes that embody the physical value of the property as a representative example of the neoclassical style of architecture and its historical value include the east and south elevations and all roof elevations of the circa 1906 structure, which includes its 2.5-story massing, brick construction, flat roof topped by a cross gable roof, 2-story high recessed central portico, including its ionic fluted 2-story stone columns, the steps and doors, south elevation with its 4 bays and detailing, and stone detailing throughout. The key attributes that embody the contextual value of the property include the siting of the 1901 portion of the building oriented towards Park Street North, and the siting of this 1906 portion of the building also oriented towards Park Street North. Given that only the 1901 and 1906 portions of the building were found to be worthy of designation and that staff would be supportive of the removal of the 1960s additions, this slide depicts the area of the designated building in yellow in comparison to the wider developable site in red. Staff recommend designation in accordance to the Statement of Cultural Heritage Value or Interest and Description of Heritage Attributes, which have been informed by the Ontario 906 Regulation Evaluation and attached as Appendix B to this report. Although the Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment and supporting documents provided by the agent identify some building envelope issues related to the contemporary exterior cladding, staff are of the opinion that the property still retains sufficient cultural heritage value to warrant designation and that retention and reuse of the structure is feasible. Further, designation allows the municipality to manage change to the heritage attributes of the property and integrate it into a new development on site while working through the heritage permit process. The Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee considered staff's recommendation to designate 84 York Boulevard on January 26, 2024. Before you is a copy of Recommendation 3 from Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee's Report 24001, which supports staff's recommendation to designate the property. As discussed, an alternative to designation presented in the staff report is the negotiation of a heritage easement agreement. The agreement would allow the heritage property to be demolished while salvaging and reusing some heritage features within the new development. The agreement would be negotiated with the owner's consent and would allow the heritage building to remain in situ until the development approvals are in place, allow for salvage and storage of heritage attributes identified in the agreement prior to demolition, allow for integration of the salvaged features into the new development, and provide an opportunity to commemorate and interpret the history of the site within the new development. Given that the existing church building is structurally sound and that adaptive reuse and integration of the building into a new development is feasible, staff do not recommend this alternative. Thank you for your time, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Emily. We do have a speakers list. Councillor Critch.
Thanks. I'm going to save my comments until after the presentation. But some questions for you based on what I know as the City Council's heritage rep and some things that stand out to me. Could you speak specifically to, I think it was slide 8 or 9, you don't need to put it up. I think it was Ontario regulation with respect to 8 of 9 criteria being met. That sounds like a high number. It is a high number. Doesn't it sound like one? It really is one. Could you speak to the significance of why that's important? Are we seeing this every day when it comes to heritage buildings? And can you talk to that a bit?
Through the chair to the councillor, I would say probably is more rare to meet 8 of 9 criteria, especially in my experience, the landmark building criteria 9. That one is more challenging. And yeah, initially when this property was surveyed as part of the Downtown Heritage Built Inventory Project, a few of these criteria hadn't been flagged. Some new information came to light because we were directed to designate the property. So yes, I hope that answers your question.
More than, and you answered my second question, which was, did anything come to light since we approached this project from the perspective of zoning in downtown? The answer is yes. By further investigation, we were able to determine that 8 of 9 criteria were met, which makes it significant. Two things you said here. One is about the feasibility of the sort of restoring the cladding or doing something else, and this kind of happens somewhat regularly with heritage properties where there's a not good condition of something. It's not great, structurally sound, but a problem. So what would that process look like, just briefly? How would someone go about fixing that issue? And what makes it feasible, I guess?
Through the chair to the councillor, I think what staff are hoping we would see in this case is So the condition assessment identified exactly which bricks, the exterior and interior wise, would require replacement, and we'd be looking for the next step. So to see exactly how many would need to be replaced, we'd be looking for the applicant to contact a salvage company to sort of source those bricks that were compatible, either were historic or they were new, but they could sort of fit what exists on the property today. And yeah, we would be looking to see sort of how long that would take. Maybe for the applicant's sake, they would need to know the costing for that with designation as well. There are also there's access to grants and funding opportunities for the restoration of those types of things. So I don't know if there are any other steps that Alyssa would like to add, or Ken.
Through the chair, Alyssa Golden, Cultural Heritage Program Lead, building off of Emily's comments. So as the proposed designation is currently framed, there is no requirement to remove the existing cladding, although as was highlighted in the attached reports in front of you, obviously there are some longer term issues to deal with that existing cladding and the deterioration of the original brick that's behind it. So there's no immediate requirement from our perspective for that to be removed. If that were to be done in the future, that type of change would require a heritage permit application if the property were designated, at which time, as Emily spoke to, we would look at what those alternatives are, how they might address whether it's a new cladding or potentially a replacement of the existing brick that exists still underneath the cladding, how much of that needs to be replaced, and what approaches to take. That would all be worked out through the heritage permit application process. And again, as Emily mentioned, this type of restoration conservation work would also be eligible for funding if the property were designated.
Those are my questions. I'm not seeing anyone else on the speakers list, so is it okay if I make some comments? Thanks. We can wrap this up quickly, perhaps. I really appreciate this presentation, and I'm glad you made it here today. A couple of things I think that are important that you showed. Number one is a portion of the building can be demolished at the back, which is not historically significant, leaving a rather large area on the site to still develop housing. And no, it might not get a perfect massing of exactly what's wanted here, but we're still going to contribute to our housing goals while trying to balance saving a local landmark. Personally, is the cladding ugly? Yeah. Will this process allow us to maybe get to somewhere where it's less ugly? Yeah, that's also a good thing to have happened. Also, the developer bought this property knowing it was here. Like, this is not a surprise to anyone. And it's one of the only buildings left that kind of, I guess, to your point, really envision this square, the old Market Square. I'm sure we all know of the buildings that were torn down, like the old City Hall that were there. Urban renewal had a very significant impact on the fabric of downtown Hamilton, and we're kind of, I'm not going to suggest that we are, but we're kind of in a place now where we're going through some more urban renewal. I think repeating the mistakes of the past of just sort of demolishing things that are inconvenient to make way for that urban renewal is a mistake. So I stand by my colleagues on the Heritage Committee's advice to keep this, staff's advice to go through the Heritage Permit application process. And I want to say that's not as constricting as it sounds. There's a chance to negotiate as part of that process ways to improve this so the developer can do as much as possible to realize housing on this site. There are some more expensive things like cantilevering and other kinds of things we've seen in other cities nearby in Toronto and lots of cities around North America that the developer could implement. I recognize those are expensive. Sometimes buying properties like this is expensive to maintain, more expensive to maintain than just a flat surface parking lot. So anyways, those are my thoughts. I really appreciate you going over this. And just a brief comment, like, this is the excellent work we see every time at the Heritage Committee. So if you're ever bored and want to come by and see excellent work, you can anytime. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch, and I do not see any more speakers, so thank you very much, Emily. Appreciate it. We'll need a mover and seconder to receive. Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Alex Wilson. That carries unanimously. So now I need a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor. Councillor Kretsch, Councillor McMeekin. Any discussion on the report? Not seeing any? Oh, Councillor Danko, sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak to this. I fully support the ward councillor. But just a comment that, you know, as was mentioned, the impacts of urban renewal on the downtown core and all parts of the city, that, you know, I think it is important that we stop thinking about heritage and heritage structures as an impediment to growth and development, and that they're really an invaluable non-renewable resource. So, you know, the stronger that we can send that message to everyone in the city, and in particular the development community, the better. You know, it comes down to a will to actually incorporate these elements into the future, which is where we should be doing. Thank you.
And I also saw Councillor Alex Wilson. Go ahead.
Just going to echo Councillor Danko and link it back to something Councillor Crutch said about the excellence of Heritage Committee staff's work product. And I think there's a link between these things that I just really want to make explicit. I've told this story a lot. I know Heritage staff have heard this story multiple times. But when we were doing the Melville District Steady public input session, the number of residents that came up to me that said, absolutely, protect heritage. Yes, grow this district, please. But don't stop us from putting in density. Don't stop us from putting in ADUs. Don't let the heritage protection stop our city from growing. That work doesn't happen if we don't have folks working in communities, showing our commitment to what communities value, what local communities see as important, those landmarks, but also showing a way forward. And so just to echo heritage features being a non-renewable resource, and as well, the quality of work that helps us get there, because we have to move together as a city, and being able to explain why we're doing this type of work, so important. And so great. Like, I think I'm really excited about this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yeah, just briefly, as one who's lived in a series of designated heritage homes and has come to appreciate the uniqueness of that, although we had windows in one house with bubbles, and in the winter the wind would come through, and someone said, "Oh, you got these great windows. You got to be 150 years old." I said, "Yeah, you can't buy cheap windows like that anymore." So we had to put storms up every year and take them down. But that having been said, I'd like to always tell a little bit of a story if I can. I'm of the opinion on heritage designation that it should be difficult to attain. It needs to be attained on very specific grounds, but once attained, it needs to be 3 times as hard to set aside, unless there are very, very compelling reasons to do so and some provisions to ensure the maximum potential collection of things that have historic value continuing to be represented. I'm never comfortable voting to do something drastic to a heritage property. This one, given the presentation that we had about it being potentially a danger in terms of falling down, mitigates how I voted. But I just want to go on record. The ward councillor is chair of the Heritage Committee, and I see him nodding. And his heritage really is important. I think everybody said that, and I agree with Councillor Danko. The sooner we can get that message out to those that want to develop everywhere, we have to be able to have the potential to say no, not everywhere, somewhere, but not everywhere, if it engages negatively on heritage properties. Thanks.
Councillor Crutch for a second time.
Very briefly, just want to clarify for the record, and apologies if I was nodding inadvertently, not the chair of the Heritage Committee. Actually, we were really lucky to have citizens who chair that Heritage Committee, and Alyssa Denham-Robinson is the chair, and it's really great to have that kind of collaboration. I just happen to be City Council's appointee to the Heritage Committee, and that's my function. But
I apologize to the good councillor. I know of his passion. I just assume that he's on so many committees.
Okay, well, chair's ruling we're not going to put up any more of that slander today, so be careful, okay? Okay, no more speakers. So we have a mover and seconder, so we'll go to the vote. That carries unanimously. So moving on to 11.4, to amend zoning bylaw number 05200 with respect to farm labor residences and additional dwelling units detached in rural areas. That's report PED 22002B in wards 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15, which was deferred from the February 6th meeting, if you would recall. So could I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor, please? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Kretsch. Are there any speakers? Any speakers? Councillor McMeekin.
Are we going to have a staff report?
Well, we have the report. Do you want an overview?
Yeah, okay. Short overview would be helpful.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
So Lucas Mascati Carboni.
Good afternoon, Chair, councillors, the public, and staff. I'm Lucas Moscato Carboni, a planner here with the Zoning Bylaw Reform Team in the Planning and Economic Development Department. I'm pleased to provide a brief update on recent actions taken by our staff in response to the Council's direction received at the February 6th Planning Committee meeting. Our team has successfully implemented changes to the zoning bylaw and Rural Hamilton official plan. The primary focus of these amendments was the removal of the requirement stipulating a principal farm dwelling on the same property as a farm labor residence. Other key changes implemented include: 1. The definition of farm labor residence in the Rural Hamilton official plan has been updated with references to the accessory function removed, now associating it directly with the agricultural use on site instead of a farm dwelling. Number 2, it has been confirmed that the severance of a farm labor residence when it stands as a sole dwelling on a property is not permitted. Number 3, a new requirement has been introduced specifying parking and access considerations when a farm labor residence is not the only dwelling on a property. Is the only dwelling on a property, my apologies. And in accordance with Section 34.17 of the Planning Act, no additional public notice has been provided for the changes made to the official plan and zoning bylaw. Farm labor residences will continue to be regulated similarly to other agricultural buildings on the property, including setbacks from front and side lot lines of 15 meters, along with other relevant regulations. Thank you for your attention, and I'm available to address any questions or concerns you may have.
Thanks very much, Lucas. First on the speakers list, Councillor Kretsch, and then Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate these amendments, and I want to speak to, I think, why they make sense and why they're important. The trouble with language, especially when it comes to bylaw language, is we are often trying to trip over ourselves to find out how to say the same thing in different ways. In this case, we tried to find a way to say the numbers 1 and the numbers 2 in several different ways. Principal, primary, secondary, additional. And when you start looking at it, frankly gets quite confusing. You start saying, well, what does it mean to have a principal residence? How is that different than a secondary dwelling unit? And frankly, it gets a bit messy. So this cleans that up. I think that there's not a need to be having someone say, well, we want to provide residences for folks who are working here in the agricultural industry, and we'd have someone build a separate principal residence over here for the purpose of that activity. Like, that just seems preposterous. We wouldn't demand that anywhere else. That kind of backward way of building. So I appreciate the amendments and the cleanups, and Councillor McMeekin kind of delving into this. Of course, I care about the rural community and also care about language. So 2 wins.
Councillor McMeekin.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Kretsch. By the way, I can't tell you how much I appreciated your coming out to the meeting in Rockton to hear the concerns of agricultural Alex's meeting, actually, Councillor Wilson's meeting. You and I were just guests and cheering him on. But it was very important to hear what we heard there around several issues. Some others will be pending. So I appreciate that. I appreciate your support. I want to compliment the staff generally for the report. I had become aware, as did all of my rural colleagues, about the importance of the migrant housing issue directly from the OFA, the Hamilton Advisory Committee, the Hamilton Wentworth Federation of Agriculture, my own Agricultural Advisory Committee, which 4 of the rural councillors attended and listened to a half dozen farmers, big farmers with big lots and big plans to expand the $2 billion industry. I really like the changes that have come in around, well, you outlined them, size, number of residences that can be had, the flexibility to engage and support the agricultural community, and of course, my particular interest in eliminating that clause. I'm proud of the fact that you were open to that and you listened. You did extensive consultation, and it's resulted, I want to declare publicly, in a very good outcome that our rural agri-food constituents sincerely appreciate. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Tattison, then Councillor Danko.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, through the chair, reflect on the ADU part of this, where the additional dwelling units that can be built on fairly good-sized lots out in the rural areas. So I think it'll contribute a small part in helping with the housing crisis. I know multiple families out there that are itching and just waiting to build. So I'm happy for them, and I can't say enough about that. And then with the farm labor residents, it's been a learning experience. So I think it's been good for everyone to go through this and just kind of understand the agricultural sector a little bit better and the needs that are needed there. So again, kudos to staff for bringing that forward. I think this is very worthy of being supported. Thank you.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. I do appreciate the discussion and the careful review that staff's put into this. I'm fully supportive. Appreciate the clarification of the language as well. The only reminder and perhaps qualifier that I'm going to put forward is that at the previous meeting, it was confirmed that stormwater management fees will apply to these dwelling units. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Not seeing anyone else on the speakers list, so just again, a sincere thanks to staff for the work. I think we've gotten to a really good place here. Okay, we have a mover and seconder. We will go to the vote. That carries unanimously. All right, moving along to 11.5, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 24-002. Can I have a mover and seconder to put that on the floor? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Alex Wilson. Is there a discussion? Councillor Alex Wilson.
Just a quick question. In receiving this, is the motion item 3 automatically sent on to council? The motion calls for a letter from our mayor to the minister asking for an extension on some of the timelines for heritage. I think it's such a great motion, so exciting. Just want to make sure that by voting yes and approving that, we're sending it on up, and then we maybe all see that as well and drawing some attention to that.
Just confirmation from staff.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, the short answer is yes.
Okay. Not seeing any other speakers, we will go to the vote. That carries unanimously as well. Okay, on to motions. 12.1 is the demolition permit for 9423, 9517, 9569, 9579, 9867 Dickinson Road West, and 1205 Glancaster Road. Councillor Tattison, can you present your motion?
This motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor C. Kretsch. It's demolition permit for 9423, 9517, 9569, and 9579 Dickinson West. I'm just going to go to the therefore be it resolved that the chief building officer be authorized to issue a demolition or Oh, I still got demotion, sorry. Demolition permit for 9423, 9517, 9569, and 9579 Dickinson Road pursuant to Section 33 of the Planning Act as amended without having to comply with the conditions in subsection 6A of Demolition Control Area Bylaw 22-101. So can I speak to this now? Yeah. So basically, following discussions with the Planning Department and Heritage, I'm forwarding this. It's basically an amended motion to demolish only 4 properties on Dickinson Road West. There were 2 addresses with some outstanding heritage issues that the developer and I guess the landowner still has to mediate. One site needed to salvage some materials in the barn and original structure. That was going to be done prior to demo, but because it hasn't been done, we're taking that one off right now. And then there was another one that the site was waiting, the city's waiting for a stage 3 archaeology assessment. It has been completed, but it's currently with the ministry. So we're gonna pull that one back as well until they have that and can go through the city with that. So this is basically, those 2 have been struck and this is letting the other 4 move forward basically because there have been multiple cases of vandalism, mischief, and break-ins, and some of the local residents are very fearful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Taddison. Going to speakers, we have Councillor Crutch and then Danko.
Yeah, I think we're in the period right now where between asking staff to come forward kind of with information reports about these kinds of demolitions, but we're not there yet in terms of a process. So I just appreciate Councillor Taddison taking the time between the last meeting and this meeting to speak to heritage staff to find out if there were cultural heritage issues, which was kind of what I said last meeting. You know, we really should make sure there aren't. And then getting folks to say if they had an objection to the other ones being demolished. So I think it's important that that happened and that we had staff's input in this process and supportive of moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. Similarly, appreciate the work between the councillor and staff. Happy to support the motion. Unfortunately, these things do come forward from time to time. However, I am a little bit confused about this particular property because I think this is the Broccolini lands, which just yesterday we heard that their development wouldn't proceed unless they received a 37% discretionary development charge exemption. So if that's the case, then why would there be an urgency to delete all of these houses to make way for their development? Just leave that out there. Thank you.
So not looking for an answer? Okay. Okay. Okay, not seeing any further speakers, so I think we do have an amendment. Do we need to do anything?
Yeah, we need to formally do a motion to amend to remove those 2 addresses. Thank you.
Councillor Taddison.
I make a formal amendment to remove those 2 items, and if you could put it up, the amendments are in full.
I'll second that.
Second.
Sure, please.
Okay, the amendment's on the screen. Removal of the 2 addresses as mentioned. Removing 9867 Dickinson Road West and removing 1205 Lancaster Road. Councillor Wilson.
While it's up, can we say demolition, not demotion permit, and therefore be it resolved? We would get there eventually, but.
Thank you, buddy.
I'll consider that a friendly.
I accept that as a friendly. Thank you.
Okay, so that amendment was seconded by Councillor Crutch. You got that?
Can I take this down?
So not seeing any other speakers, so we can go to vote on the motion as amended. We have to vote on the amendment first. We're going to vote on the amendment first because Elsie Kelsey says so. That carries unanimously. For the amendment, now the motion as amended. We'll get that vote up now too. Councillor Francis, did you vote? Thumbs up. Thank you. That carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. On to 12.2, city-initiated housekeeping to recognize the existing commercial parking facility at 221 York Boulevard, Hamilton. Councillor Kretsch, could you introduce your motion?
Happily, and my seconder is Councillor Nan, and this is a housekeeping motion to recognize a non-conforming use at existing commercial property that would have been moved into already existing zoning, which hadn't been. So now we're doing that. For those who are interested, this is related to a parking lot at the downtown mosque. There was a committee of adjustment application in 2016, I believe, that approved the use, and then it was supposed to be for 2 years, and then there was no follow-up, unfortunately. So at the 2-year mark, people kept using it the same way for many, many years, and then now we're here back again when someone is saying, well, wait a minute, we ought to revisit that. So I checked with planning staff, and I said, well, what do we do in a situation like this where there's already a non-conforming use? We've changed all of our policies downtown to make it possible, but this thing never made it in. And they said, okay, this is how. So we're here for this today. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any speakers. Okay, we'll go to the vote. That carries unanimously. Moving on to 12.3, issuance of a demolition permit for 66 Wellington Street North. Councillor Nan, please introduce your motion.
Thank you, Chair. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Taddison, and this is in respect to 66 Wellington Street North, whereas the subject property at 66 Wellington Street North has been fire damaged and is not usable in its current state, and whereas the state of the building is having significant negative impact to the community in terms of pride, attracting rodents, pests. It should not say wildlife habitation because there is no wildlife habitation that we know other than maybe some of those pests and rodents. Unsafe sheltering, litter, and illegal dumping to Ward 3 residents in the neighborhood. And whereas the owner of the above mentioned property would like to demolish the existing dwelling while awaiting the issuance of a building permit for a replacement building, therefore be it resolved, not dissimilar to the motion that Councillor Taddison already put forward, that this chief building official be authorized to issue a demolition permit for 66 Wellington Street North in Hamilton pursuant to Section 33 of the Planning Act as amended, without having to comply with the conditions in subsection 6A of the Demolition Control Area Bylaw 22-0101. And if I could, just to be on the public record and be very thorough in this, the building owner is in the process of trying to acquire the adjacent property as well. So it's not that they have an active building permit application in. They have to confirm the purchase of the adjacent property before they can pursue their final build. But in the meantime, this fired out building is causing a lot of harm in our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Not seeing any speakers. It's been moved and seconded. We'll go to the vote. That carries unanimously. Moving on to notices of motion. Are there any notices? Not seeing any. So we're on to 14, general information on the business. Does the general manager have an update for the committee?
Through the chair, just one quick item. Some members of council, especially from previous council, will know that the Planning and Economic Development Department has held sort of community talks on different topics related to city building over the past number of years. I don't know how many we've done now, 20, 25 different talks. We have our first one of 2024 coming up. They are open to the public. They're open to members of council. A lot of staff attend. It'll be on Monday, March the 18th at 5 o'clock, right across the street at the old the City Lab building, the old CFL Hall of Fame, and the topic will be of interest to anybody who attends a lot of planning committees. It's the Ontario Land Tribunal. There's a gentleman by the name of Bruce Krushenicki. I've known him for many years. He was chief planner at the time for a while at the City of Burlington. He was a long-time member of back when it was called the Ontario Municipal Board. He quite literally wrote the book on the Ontario Land Tribunal, and he just had a new edition come out a couple months ago. So he's going to be giving a bit of a OLT 101 to anybody who likes to attend. So that's March the 18th, 5 o'clock at the City Lab building.
A book on the OLT. All right. Thank you very much, GM Thorne. Okay, then I think we're on to adjournment. Oh, sorry. Yes, we need to receive the update. Your excitement was contagious. So I'll move her and second her. Councillor Nan, Councillor Alex Wilson. And that carries unanimously. And because we did all the heavy lifting of private and confidential this morning, we are now on to adjournment. Councillor Tattison, Councillor Wang, we'll have a vote.
Friday, 3 p.m. Way to go, Chair. Way to go. You have no choice.
That carries unanimously. We are now adjourned.